Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Allow me, honorable members, to also acknowledge the presence of the entities of the department and welcome all its leadership and officials of the entities that are present this morning, particularly those that will be presenting and before the portfolio committee, that being CRLR, the Commission on Restitution and Land Rights, as well as ARC and the ITB. Without further delays, honorable members, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister Mamutoko.
The department and entities and members of the boards of entities that are present here. Good morning. Chairperson, as you have already outlined, that this presentation today will address the performance of the department, including its expenditure, both of the third and of the fourth quarter. I will therefore ask the Director General on behalf of the department to then lead the presentation. Just want to indicate, Chairperson, that we do still need to improve on some of the issues, particularly on our expenditure when it comes to Program 1, which have really not performed as well as it's expected. They would indeed outline what some of the challenges that we're facing might be, but I just thought it's important for me to flag those for the attention of the committee. I also want to indicate, Chairperson, that we do have program officers, the DDGs, who will also speak at length and in response to some of the questions that the portfolio committee might have on the performance of each program in our department. Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, I would like to hand over to the Director General.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. DG Dr. Ramasodi, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, our presentation today will be made by Mr. Puti, who is the Director responsible for monitoring and evaluation in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. In terms of the finances, we will be taken through by Mr. Choche, who's the acting CFO of the department, as our CFO is indisposed at this moment. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Good morning, DG, Minister, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, and members of the committee and departmental management. I just need an indication from you whether should I do them one by one, quarter 3 and quarter 4, or should I just do a summary of both of them? Because we have also made a summary of both two presentations.
I think go through the summary of the two presentations, but please make reference so that honorable members can be able to follow the presentation as made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ralph, can you please flight the summary presentation which I shared with you? Thank you very much. I think I need first to start by giving a picture of the trend of performance in the department. This is very important for us so that we can be able to evaluate if the catch-up and the controls which are put in place, are they working favorably. Members, you can see that for 2022-23 in quarter 4, we have achieved the highest 78% compared to all quarter 4 of the previous financial year. Last financial year, we achieved 53%, and 2020-21, we achieved 50%. Similarly, with quarter 3, this financial year under review, 2022-23, we've also achieved 59% compared to 34% of previous financial year, and 53% of 2021. So far, if you look at all the quarters, with the exception only of quarter 2, we have performed far, far, far better than all 2 financial years, previous financial years. You can come to the next slide. Now, in this slide, it is just a comparison of the 2 quarters which we are dealing with today, quarter 3 and quarter 4. In the presentation that have been circulated to members, actually we went even much deeper by comparing all 4 quarters. But for the purpose of today, we are only comparing 2 quarters, quarter 3 and quarter 4. You will be able to see that we have actually improved by 19% in quarter 4 compared to what we achieved in quarter 3. 59 of quarter 3 to 78 of quarter 4. And if we look at all the programs, it is only actually land administration which has declined from 71 to 43, and administration, which remained at 0%. All other programs have increased. Production have moved from 89 to 100%. Food security, land reform, and tenant reform have moved from 38 to 88, 50% increase. Rural development maintained its 100% performance status. EDTM has also increased from 33 to 75%. Next slide. Now, here I'll just touch on some of the key achievements and relate to what was happening in those two quarters, quarter 3 and quarter 4. With regard to payment of valid invoices in 30 days, we are still, within the 2 quarters, still hovering around over 90%. We achieved 96% in quarter 3 and declined by 2% in quarter 4 to 94%. And the major reason is mostly to deal with errors in invoices, which are causing the delays in processing. We are, as a department, in continuous engagement and creating awareness with all service providers to try and improve this issue of errors that are made in the invoices. We also had a target in quarter 3, which was not achieved, of agricultural remedies regulation. Though internally all the work has been done in the department, the delays was with the SAYAS process, which all of us were aware that is coordinated by DPME. We're still awaiting the feedback from DPME by the end of quarter 3. Actually, the response, the actual certificate of SAYAS has only been obtained in May in DPME, and May we're already in the new financial year. So that is the reason that indicator was not achieved for 2022-23. We also had a very important target of recruiting 2,500 extension personnel in quarter 3. You'll recall that the same 2,500 was also a target for quarter 2, which was also not achieved. By the end of quarter 3, appointment letters for 742 of those extension officers have been validated. The process of capturing into the PESAL system was still continuing. And we all know that almost over 4,000 of those extension officers started reporting for duty in January, which is already in quarter 4. But I'm also happy to update the portfolio committee member to say by the time when you close books for annual reporting, 3,566 of those assistant agricultural practitioners have been validated, has been recruited. The process of validating them is still ongoing, even as we speak, and we anticipate that there might be some adjustment that we'll make in the annual report because the number will keep on going up. With regard to the target of acquiring hectares for farm dwellers and labor tenants, occupiers, this target was not achieved in both quarter 3 and quarter 4. But I think what is interesting, one can also know that the division of underachievement has, however, greatly reduced from 2,000 hectares, which was the division in quarter 3, to just 400 division in quarter 4. And it is again that background that we are not surprised as a department to have achieved annual target and actually overachieved annual target by 270. So this target, the underachievement in quarter 3 has not impacted negatively on the annual achievement, which we have actually overachieved. Next slide, Ralph. With regard to hectares allocation, which is also one of our most important targets, there was a negative deviation, which means we underperformed by close to 4,000 in quarter 3. But however, we recovered so much in Q4 to the extent that there was an overachievement of 30,000 hectares. So this annual target has also been achieved due to overachievement and recovery which was made in Q4. Regarding the land claim settled, there was obviously deviation in Q3 when it comes to land settlement, where we achieved 53 out of the target of 108, and also 91 out of the target of 130 when it comes to land claim finalized. But both those targets have also been recovered by achieving 199 against 108 in Q4 and also 187 against 101. So even the annual target for both those indicators have been achieved. There were no FPSU that was validated as supported towards functionality in Q3, and this has been one of our problematic targets. If you recall, from Q1 up until Q3, we did not achieve anything into that particular quarter. But however, during Q4, there are 13 that were supported towards functionality, and there are also 12, which means a total of 25 which were supported, but it's just that the 12 out of the 25 were not supported in all elements which define functionality according to a TID. And I must also indicate to the members that this is one of the indicators which has improved dramatically for 2023-24, where the focus is now going to be more on the benefits that our farmers are deriving out of the FPSU, rather than the support which we are, the primary support that we as a department are offering to FPSU as it is now. There is one against 28 targeted new agricultural enterprises that were supported in Q3 and Q4 target. And that was exceeded by 48, and hence we reached 58 supported new agricultural enterprises. And I think in Q3 we had the challenges with each of verifiability of some of the information. But those experiences that we encountered in Q3, we managed to find a way around them, and hence the Q4 target was overachieved. Next slide. We also had the target of new non-agricultural enterprises, which were not achieved in both Q3 and Q4. And I think one of the problems which affected us a lot here is Northwest, which, as most of us might be aware, that we're having partnership with SEDA in terms of development of the business plan. So there were changes that were introduced by SEDA during the financial year. And unfortunately, those changes meant that some of the projects which we initially have targeted for have to be restarted again, and that ended up obviously affecting the time where the business plan completion was done, and eventually that impacted on delaying the actual support that was intended for. With regard to smallholder farmers accessing Mafisa loan, we managed to have 8 out of the targeted 10 accessing Mafisa loan in Q3, and in Q4 there are 30 farmers which were validated also to have access Mafisa loan. So that also recovered the variance of Q3. 60% against targeted 75% Q3 EDRS phase 1 was completed at the end of Q4. We were sitting at 74 against the 100 which we had targeted ourselves for. And this is one indicator that is also having a lot of dependency, in this case a SETA, and whatever that happened in SETA internally, it's unfortunately affecting the internal processes. Our DG and the top management has actually even started intervening. There have been engagement with SETA, and we are hopeful that the issue will then be resolved. Next slide. Now, in terms of challenges, there are 2 main challenges operationally that one will want to flag for the members. The issue of how we plan, it has been a very thorny issue. You'll be able to see that in most of our TID, technical indicator description, they say shopping is a mixture of processes and intended outputs. That's mixed all in all. And this, most of the time, in spite of the work being done, we end up not being made to recognize that work simply because of what needed to be done in TID. I mean, a case in point is FPSU. We have 12 of them that have been supported, but simply because the TID defined functionality as all 5 elements being provided in one financial year, which is not actually practical because, I mean, for example, the issue of registration of FPSU, you can't register FPSU every year. But unfortunately, due to the need for us to comply to what is in TID, we ended up not achieving that particular target. So in planning for 2023-24, the focus was largely on TID so that the focus can only be on what matters most and to do away with issues which are not necessarily important to help us in evaluating whether performance has been achieved or not. The second issue is delays in project approval. I'm sure members will recall that almost in all the presentations that we've made, there will always be instances where we talk about procurement challenges, we talk about projects that have been rejected by different approval structures. So there is a continuous engagement in improving to ensure that all projects are approved before the beginning of this financial year. There have been very extensive engagement with all branches, including PSSC, to ensure that they're going to start being supported to ensure that all projects are going to be approved prior to the start of financial year. Thank you very much, DG Chairperson and Minister. This is where I will end with the summary for Q3 and Q4 performance. Thank you very much.
Mr. Choche, if you may just please take the portfolio committee through the finances. If you may just run the slides, I think we might be having a problem with Mr. Choche. The first one, the departmental budget was 17.5 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year. And as at the third quarter, the spending was 11.2 billion. Which was 64.4%, or alternatively, if you look at the issue around variance, there was a 2.1 billion variance in terms of where the actual spending should have been during that particular period in Q3. There are various reasons in terms of why we have got underspending, various areas that we have got to focus on. There were issues around rural development, administration as a program, agriculture, production, biosecurity and resource management, land administration, food security, and agrarian reform. And in that unit, the program that we referred to, there are 3 programs, being firstly, food security, then land reform and restitution. Quite a few areas that we thought we should highlight to the portfolio committee for the underspending that we are currently experiencing in that field. It is partly part of rural infrastructure projects that we are running as a department. There was also an issue around payment of accommodation that we normally have leases as a department that we have got to pay. And there was an issue around the billing that we had with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that we had to take care of. The other area of importance was around ICT and how we have got to interact with SETA. With reasons that are provided, what we do as a department is that we have got a list in terms of project management of issues that we engage with SETA on. There are a few issues that we still had to deal with with SETA during that time. Now, Parliament would recall that at some stage we had challenges in terms of finalizing the national structure for the department, both at macro level and also at micro level. As soon as we were done with that, we started with the process of filling of vacancies, and we had challenges in terms of filling of vacancies because in itself, it has got quite a few areas that need to be processed before, like your issues around vetting or checking those who have applied for posts. So we had delays in terms of that. There was an issue around the rejection of some of the valuations that were done by the Office of the Valuer General. And we had to deal with this issue. And I think that the OVG, when they make that presentation, it will be an issue that would be highlighted. But it would be not fair to have this reflection that it's something that has been observed over time, that once the valuation is done, there would be contestations in terms of how that valuation is done. And at this moment, we need to find strategies on how do we deal with that element. Now, the next one would be around the slow implementation of PESI, which in itself has been an issue that we have been dealing with. Honorable members would recall that at some stage when we dealt with PESI coming through, the money had come a little bit late and we had to deal with it. We had a rollover, and that rollover was granted. So this issue around the implementation was also dealing with the rollover that we had to deal with. In terms of spatial planning and land use management projects, Parliament would also recall that we had the National Spatial Development Framework approved by Parliament, and we were to look at some of the projects that are here. The next slide would show from the various engagements that we are having in terms of programs and how the programs are spending. And that at very high level shows your administration, your agricultural production and food safety. In all of those, you would have on the extreme right, an indication of the percentage that has been spent. And this spend is around the 80% is based on the 25% straight line expectation. So if it's 80%, it's 80% of where the budget should have been in terms of the straight line projection that we normally do in financing. Next slide. We continue with all these programs. I think we note in terms of the earlier engagement that I had indicated that the rural development was very low in terms of its spending. It was at 57% at that particular time. Next slide, and your grand total in terms of that was that, as indicated, we were 2.1 billion below the budget line. Next slide. On these slides, we're reflecting on each and every program what the issues were as reflected in the summary, and I don't think that I will go through them as the presentations have been read, but I need to re-emphasize the issues around the engagements that we are having with CETA and also the areas that we have to deal with.
To detect your speaker, please make sure your speaker is properly connected.
Thank you very much. Then we have a reflection in terms of program 2. At program 2, there were engagements that we had to buy insecticides to deal with locusts that we are having at a particular period. And under food security, there were issues around the Valuer General and rural development. We had issues around how do we have issues on procurement at the beginning of the financial year, where there was a little bit of hesitance in terms of the new treasury areas that based on the court ruling that we had during that time. I think the next slide would then reflect on the next programs, EDTM, and also land administration, also reflecting on where the biggest issues would be. And in this case of EDTM, the biggest was around the granting of approvals on agro-processing projects, and mostly because most of these projects in that particular year, our pipeline was not set at the beginning of the year, and therefore the approval of these projects in terms of approvals delayed the spending in this area. If you may, Ntate Sibifelo, we can put a pause here because the next would be slides that shows in terms of graphic indications, pie charts, what would happen. But we reflect on Q4, which is a more reflection of where we ended up as a department during that particular period. So if we can go to Q4 expenditure report. While that Ralph is still trying to get Q4, we need to have a reflection that the department during this period has spent 97.7% of its budget. There has been, unfortunately, for the engagements
recording in progress.
We have at this case that we have got underspending of 2.4%. In actual fact, if we have got to round it, it's very close to 2.3%, which is an underspending that the department would not be proud of, but there were issues that led to this underspending that we have had. The areas that we had was some of the issues around office accommodation, where there were queries around the invoice billing. Normally, we would then have to pay the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That level of engagement was also part of the delays that we have had. I've already spoken around the LCT equipment in terms of our engagements with SIDA in terms of the engagement. Now, there were, in terms of biosecurity engagements, some of those processes to just ensure that we assist them were not processed on time. There was also an issue around the assistant agricultural practitioners, or the APPs as we know them, that there was a pronouncement that was made. Unfortunately, at some stage, the department looked for funding for the APPs. Their employment was only done towards the latter part of the third quarter of this year, and therefore some of the money that was there in compensation of employees could have been used in that line. The non-payment of the stipends that we are having arising in us not spending allocation, I think it's more reflective that the payments were only done in April instead of the reflection that we are seeing on the slide. Next slide. There were a few outstanding invoices that came in through our subscriptions, because we are members of many international bodies that were not received by close of year, which we had budgeted for. And then lastly, there were also memberships regarding the Regional Center for Mapping. If you may move to the next slide, Ralph, we reflect on where the spending was for all the programs, administration at 94%, agricultural production at 96%, food security, land reform and restitution at 98.1%. You would recall that last year, this is one of those programs that the portfolio committee had highlighted, the underspending that is within 2%, but we're still saying we need to go to 100%. Next slide. Regarding your rural development, having 91%, reflecting on the issues where we were. The spending that was there, which was corrected in terms of economic development, trade and marketing, was 122% because of the projects that they had overcommitted on. But we could offset this budget through underspending in other areas. Land administration was at 97%. And the overall spending in the department was 97.6%, more towards 97%. 0.7% than to the S6. In terms of the pie chart, This is what constitutes the spending levels in the department. I think what is not here and reflected here is the transfers that we have as a department, the transfers that are going through, reflective of the transfers that are going to provincial departments in the 53% that we have at food security and agrarian reform, in the form of the comprehensive agricultural support programs, in the form of land care. That's basically most of the money that's going from there. We also have got transfers that are moving from agricultural production, biosecurity, and resource management, going to the ARC as an entity. And the rest will then formulate what we have for managing within the department. Next slide. We have already spoken to this in terms of the summary that was given. You can go through that, Ralph. You can also go through this period. I think in terms of economic classification, we have got to see where the biggest issues were. I think it's very important to highlight the compensation of employees, where the spending was at 94%. One of the areas that is critical to outline to the honorable members is that this year already, this budget is already under pressure because there was a cut in terms of compensation of employees. And at this moment, we're still carrying almost 4,500 agricultural practitioners against this budget. And I think based on where we are, hard decisions have got to be taken around that program. Now, on goods and services, we have spent 97.7%, and it's very important to have that reflection because that's what drives the department. In terms of transfers and subsidies, which is mostly money that we give over to entities and provincial departments, we have spent 99.2%. And in terms of capital assets, 96.9%. And the payment for financial assets, it's 100%. So that would give us the 97.6% that we have been reflecting on the spending. As we conclude, Chair. Yes, Chair. As we conclude, the department has spent 97.6% of its budget during this financial year. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG, Dr. Ramasodi and officials of the department for the presentation. Allow me, honorable members, to also invite the Commission of Land Rights, Mamu Komodo, so that we can engage with the two presentations at the same time. Mamu Komodo. Please go ahead, Mamu Komodo.
Honorable Chair, if you just allow me just to check what's transpiring on the side of the restitution. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Gobodo.
Good morning, Chair. Omam Gobodo is indisposed, and I think that we will request that we just get one of the colleagues to come and make this presentation. Chair, we will be guided by your good self.
We'll proceed, Dr. Ramasodi, with officials of CRLR. They can go ahead. She can join us in the interim as we proceed. Any other officials at the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Livian is in the meeting. He will proceed, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, DG colleagues, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chair. I will stand in for the CLCC with relation to the presentation and then ask my colleagues also to join in. We can go to page 2. Yeah, it's just the heading. Now, in terms of the APP targets, Honorable Chairperson, you will see that in Q3, actual performance was below targets, only achieving 49 in terms of the number of land claims settled. And then in terms of the number of land claims finalized, was at 70%. If we look at the annual position, after the Q3 and Q4, performance against annual targets was then 355 against the annual target of 336, and the number of land claims finalized was then 429 against 372. So low performance in Q3, but then actual good performance in Q4. Can we go to the next slide? Then the actual performances of the provinces. We see again a slide in performance in Q3, only Northern Cape really performing. And then we see in Q4 again the spike, provinces coming to the table, and also the big provinces performing. If we look at the actual performance for the year, it is 2 big provinces, Eastern Cape and KZN, that was below target, and Northwest with 1. If we look at the total picture in the country, against the total target of 336, the total actual performance was 355, a percentage of 106%. Can we then go to the next slide? Then the number of land claims finalized. Again, the same pattern in terms of the third quarter, only Limpopo and Northwest achieving the targets. And then we see the achievements in Q4 and only Northwest with 1 down. Then, Honourable Chairperson, the grand total for the year again, target was 372, and the total actual performance was 429, with a performance percentage of 115. So the variance on the annual target was +57. Next slide. Then the broad figures in terms of the restitution financial performance. I presume the document was read, so I'm not just going to highlight the totals there. The expenditure 2.23 against a budget of 3.7. And the big percentage spending, of course, in households and land and soil. Thank you. Next slide. Then the household projects, performance there, available budget, and we see expenditure 1.7 against 3.15. Next slide. And then we see the financial performance as at 31 March 2023. in terms of the total budget over expenditure, and 3.7 against 3.9. Again, the big totals: land and soil, expenditure 1.2, and household as well. Next slide. Then the restitution financial performance as at 31 March 2023. Household and projects, we see the performance of all the provinces more or less above the budgeted amounts, only Western Cape and Northern Cape below, and Free State, a lot of budget still available. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, DG. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Bao Francois, for the presentation of the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights. Honourable members, there's the two presentations on the third quarter and the third and fourth quarter of the department and the Commission on Restitution and Land Rights. We'll now open the sessions for questions of clarity or comments. Honourable Klape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to Minister and DG and all members that are on this platform. So let me welcome the presentation. From the department side, we note, Chair, the performance and some catch-ups, if I may call it, that are done between Q3 and Q4. But I just want to also, Chair, hear from the department when they say land administration has declined. What do they mean? Because I just want to check, or is this a semantic, or is this a word that is used for non-performance on land administration? Why administration is 0 on both quarters? Chair, there is a concern on invoices payment. The stipulated time is very difficult, or the department is struggling to adhere to. We were promised at some stage that digitalizing it or involving ICT will make things better, but it's like it's not working. Making the service providers aware, publishing awareness and whatever is not working. And this has been prioritized now every year by this department. What will it take for you to comply with this target or to achieve this target? Because, Chair, it means people are struggling against the rising cost of living. You provide service and you are unable to be paid in time. Like I've indicated, the target of acquiring hectares for farm dwellers, labor tenants and whatever, there were some catch-ups on Q4. But I want to make my comment, Chair. This is concerning, in as much as you overachieved in everything, it cannot be celebrated, because you have taught us that this sector is time-bound. Now, if you don't give me land at a certain period and will only be able to release it at that the planting time has lapsed, I can't do anything. I can't start to move. I must wait for planting season, probably if I am a crop farmer for the next term. If you give me land now and I'm a livestock farmer, I still need to get recapitalization or assistance of some sort from the department. I must wait for the next annual financial year to apply or to be considered for funding, it doesn't work. Let's stick to the targets, quotas as indicated, because it has got these implications that you can give me to me at the first quarter, the fourth quarter, but I can't do anything about that. Now, the delays in procurement, bullet or reason, and delivery of ICT equipment is the reason for underspending. You cannot expect delivery if you delay to procure. This thing, ICT, has been on the cards. What does it, why do you have to delay to procure? Is it about the specs? Is it about not knowing what you want to procure, or why? Because if you send delays in procurement and deliver, people that deliver will not deliver anything that is not procured. So it talks to the capacity within the department, which brings me to the other reason of underspending, the vacancies rate that the DG is indicating, that even budget, that the projected budget was not spent of compensation on employees is under pressure currently. It has to be under pressure, DG, because Treasury sees that we are not spending on that. Now they must slice on that one. You have problems of capacity, you're not filling vacancies. Now the department, the Treasury probably slicing from that because it's not utilized. And now that budget is under pressure. So these are issues that are interrelated and has got impact on everything that we're doing. Coming to the Land Claims Commission Chair, I just want to, I'm sitting here and thinking about challenges that were presented to us about 3 weeks ago of issues of red tape, capacity, whoever not doing what he's supposed to do and everything. What is the commission doing with provinces that are not meeting their targets, despite all those challenges that they alluded to? If it's only Northwestern Limpopo that is performing on some quotas, what are you doing with other provinces? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tlhape. The Honorable Ntate Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Dumela, Dalibo.
Dumela, Ntate.
Good morning to my colleagues as well, and Minister and the department and all the entities that are represented here today. Chair, first let me thank the DG for the presentation. On program 1, I think Metlape covered me with regards to the problem of the department not paying service providers in time and delays in filling vacancies, if we can really get answers there. On program 2, Chair, the issue of the foot and mouth disease zone, which is in Mpumalanga. On our recent visit, we have also established that many of the emerging farmers are based on the FMD zone, and the issue of obviously vacancy is a concern there. I think the real question is, what is the department doing to really ensure that those vacancy rates that relates to veterinary services are filled, and obviously, you know, if they can provide us with action plans to address that issue. There is obviously issue of, program 3. I'm on program 3 now. Land development support. We have received quite a clear indication that the department is doing well in this one. But what we need to really get is indicate the impact to us. Also, you know, Chair, if we can maybe request that at some point the department must give us a full written brief with regards to where they have intervened, the locations, the success rates, and what are some of the challenges. And also on that, also the impact of the CPA, the impact on the CPA, where they have also, you know, outlined that they are doing extremely well. They managed to support all of them. Chair, I move quickly to program 5 on economic trade and marketing. I understand that Mafisa is now in action, if I'm correct. And I think the question for me is that who is now helping the department in terms of issuing loans on Mafisa? Is it Land Bank, or is it still using the intermediaries to assist them in terms of the reach to the market? And basically, if they can really indicate as to how much of Mafisa was done. On the trade part, Chair, and I will keep on asking this question until, obviously we get an indication as to, how farmers in the citrus space are going to manage their citrus. On the false quarterly moth, with regards to the engagement with the WTO, if the DG can really just update this committee and maybe, with some further, inputs in writing, will appreciate, just to really have something that we can really track on. And Chair, I think this we must also, put in our maybe our engagement, so that we can really engage a little bit more to understand as to what is now, the alternative for our farmers going forward, in this regard. Chair, last session, I raised the issue of the FMD, obviously challenges that made our farmers not to be able to export their meat and animal products with borders closed, like Botswana and so forth. And I have picked up, as I said, Chair, that Botswana and other neighbors are still selling their animals and livestock to South Africa. And actually, Chair, the Botswana also had the same problem, which was foot and mouth disease. And they continue, obviously, to sell to South Africa, and they're dumping quite a lot of their livestock this side. They are winners. The challenge is that we are not able, our farmers are not able to sell to this neighboring country. At the same time, Botswana is purchasing their livestock. They've just advertised that they have imported good bull stats from USA. So the question really, Chair, is what are the status with regards to FMD? What are we doing to ensure that our farmers are protected? We have seen quite a huge drop in terms of the prices. And I'm talking now from a personal experience that we have seen a drop of about 30% in prices of the livestock in the Limpopo as a result of some of these challenges that farmers are faced. And primarily really other things being energy crisis and so forth. So, Chair, I know that in terms of our reporting, the DG and the department, they report line by line from programs to program. But the reality is that we are facing a reality of many, many challenges in agriculture. Chair, I just think that, maybe the DG can just touch to us as to what is the impact of load shedding on all these performances? We have seen the GDP numbers that are coming out, that just came out, and agriculture did very, very bad. Although, the department's presentation is that they have done very well. So the other point is AGOA, which is a topic now with regards to the US, obviously not issuing a statement that they might have to reconsider their position on AGOA. If the DG can really brief us on some engagements that they're having with our counterpart USA in this regard. Thank you very much, Chair. That's my part. I don't have any question for the Commission. Thank you.
Let me invite our next counterpart, the Honorable Trader.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, the Chair, the executives of the department, Minister and Deputy Ministers. Fellow colleagues, I greet you all today. Chair, we welcome the presentation of the department. Sorry, Chair, I was busy noting some of the things that I wanted to raise in this meeting. The first one, Chair, is that I'm noting that there is a continuous or a recurring a trend of not achieving the target of paying invoices within 30 days. I am concerned, Chair, about that because it's recurring. What, despite the fact that the department has promised the committee that they will improve, they will republish the awarenesses of that relates to the payment of invoices. Now, Chair, I want to ask the department, what are they going to do differently to ensure that the department achieve 100% in terms of paying invoices within 30 days? The second issue, Chair, that I want to raise is on the issue of, writing young Peter, I get this today. I want to also, Chair, raise the trend also that is under the underspending trend, under land reform, land administration, and restitution. That is where our biggest chunk of money that the department has underspent. I want, Chair, to ask the department, what are we going to do differently to address this trend? Year in, year out, land reform, rural development, land administration, and under administration, we keep on underspending. There was set target under administration, both on third quarter and fourth quarter. None were achieved, Chair. None were achieved. Can we get an explanation, Uguti, what is happening there? It's my concern, Chair, because one of the, as Honorable Masipa has indicated, in Mpumalanga, I will make an example of Mpumalanga during our Mpumalanga visit, that under administration, the filling of vacancies is not achieved, and it affects many sectors there. One of them is a veterinary strategy that talks directly to the FMD problem that is in Mpumalanga. Can we get, Chair, an explanation on this, why there's a delay in filling of vacancies? The second last question, Chair, that I want to raise is yes. Although, Chair, there is an improvement in Q4 in the number of hectares acquired for farm dwellers or farm laborers, I'm concerned, Chair, that both quarters, Q3 and Q4, their targets were not achieved. And it is the same case. Also in 2021, 2023, 22, the same case, their targets were not achieved. To me, Chair, it reflects the lack of commitment from the department. Lack of commitment to improve the security tenure for people living in these farms. And moreover, Chair, this issue, there is a court judgment. That is why we had a deputy commissioner that was appointed to address this issue. The pace in which the department is going, it is in contempt of the very same court judgment. We will not achieve what the court and the department is hoping to achieve on this one. Why is that? Can we get a clarity, Chair, as to why is that? I see, Chair, under Rural Development, Program 4. There is in fact, the department is reporting that one of the issues that they underspent is they could not pay the stipend to the NARSEC beneficiaries because they changed the policy. Chair, can we get a clarity? Can the department explain to us if they cannot achieve this? What is this policy? What informs the change of the policy, of this policy? Because, Chair, I'm worried. If this is what we're gonna do to the young people, then it's a problem. The very same program we've been questioning, or we've been advising that they must change their model of training, because it's not talking to young people in agriculture. We did that, Chair, and the department responded that they are changing their training model. Now they are not paying the stipend of these very young people. We were even questioning the fact that they train these young people, take them to NARSEC program, but they come back and become unemployable. Can the department explain to us what are they going to do to change what they are doing under this program to make sure that it's a success? Thanks, Chair. Can I park for now, Chair?
Now you can park your car, Honorable
Not
Chair.
come, Chief.
The Honorable Tate Matthias Dumela Mfoke. Litsuile ntate. Thank you. You may proceed. Yeah, we can hear you. You may proceed.
I know that Honorable Masipa is not happy when I shower you with praises so early in the morning. I suspect that I'm captured. Well, he needs to improve his praising skills and abilities. Mine have been improved and improved because of my close proximity to the great place. Honorable Chair, well, let me welcome the presentation. Let me also quickly highlight some few points here. First and foremost, Honorable Chair, in the report that we were told about the under administration as non-financial performance, I guess even under administration, program 1, it should not really be okay or be acceptable that we have a report which is referred to as non-financial performance, because all government programs are funded, including those that falls under program 1. So we need to know what is it that they call non-financial. Since we have our overview that all government activities programs are funded. That's the first thing. On COVID-19, it's reported that there's been a spending of 1.5 million on goods and services. Does the department want to tell us that for the 2 or 3 years duration of the COVID-19 outbreak, the department
apologies, Tate Matthias, apologies. Bauma Ginga, please mute your microphone. Bauma Ginga, please mute your microphone. The honorable members are not audible because your microphone is on. Paulita Maginga, please mute your microphone.
No, Chairperson, it's not mine.
Your,
I'm muted.
you have two gadgets registered here. There's the one you are speaking on, and there's another one that is on, also registered as Lita Maginga. So we have two connections from your side. Please mute your other connection or cancel it if you are not monitoring it and if you are not utilizing it.
I have muted both, Chairperson.
Well, this one is still
it looks
on,
like the sound is still coming. The sound is coming from somewhere else, Chair.
Well, it is only your gadget that is registered. Can we request the IT to cancel that gadget? The Secretariat, can you assist us in canceling that gadget? Thank you. You may proceed, Dr. Matthias, and our apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Look, the department reports that it spent 1.5 million on COVID-19 related matters, especially on goods and services. For the 3-year duration of the outbreak, can really a huge department like this just have spent 1.5 million? Fund that very strange. Perhaps the department must tell us on what menial goods and services. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, under program 3, agricultural production, health, food safety, natural resources and disaster. Honorable Chair, and I want to echo the views that were expressed by Honorable Masib on the capacity of the department, including its entity under the poor biological product. We are inundated with calls that from time to time there are animal-related diseases, outbreaks, and occurrences such as foot mouth disease and other rabies and other diseases. At what point will the department consider directly funding the honest poor biological products? I know that the entity is self-sufficient, self-reliant, generates its revenue. But in the light of the reported failures to produce vaccinations, to a point where we had to procure vaccination from Botswana, it's sad and disappointing. I think that we need to get to a point where the department set aside, ring-fence a certain amount dedicated for the honest world, so that is able on a program for food security, land reform, and restitution. We are aware that things don't look good in terms of CPAs, and we seem not to be getting a full picture of the extent to which the challenges that beset CPAs are being attended to. We don't get that sense, and there seems to be no commitment, no program dedicated at resolving CPA-related challenges are multifaceted. As a result of lack of post-land settlement support that government ought to provide to CPAs, over and above capacity building, training, and skills provision. I think this committee must express its displeasure with the fact that Nothing has improved in relation to the state and the situation. Lastly, Honorable Chair, on program for rural development. For quarter 3 and 4, the department has set for itself 2 targets, and both targets have been met 100% each. But what we expect, Honorable Chair, if a department sets the bar so low, certainly, if you set the bar so low, you will of course achieve all your targets, 2 in each quarter. It's setting the bar very, very low. It's setting the bar very low. So we should not take this as an achievement. We must scorn on such levels of poor performance. We must frown upon such low levels of performance. Besides, both quarter 3 and 4, expenditure in quarter 3 of 304 million has been spent. In quarter 4, 580 million has been spent. We don't know spend on what. There's no information that says that it was spent on what, other than to be told that the targets have been met, so much has been spent. The question is on what? Because our rural areas are underdeveloped. Unless if the department tells us on what these amounts have been spent, at least we will be able to link the expenditure patterns with visible, physical, concrete development on the countryside. Unless if they tell us that. But the performance of this nature, where they are very shallow on the information they share with us, should be frowned upon. I think for now, Honorable Chair, this is what I wanted to say. We are failing to develop our rural sites, rural towns and villages. The villages, especially in the Eastern Cape, are just as they were before 1994. Just as they were before 1994. What program does the department undertake to develop rural areas, villages, and rural towns, so that when we say that there's something that the department through this program is doing, is on the basis of what they are delivering on the ground, which we can see. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matthias. Sibalko Bawo Stumodamin.
Chair, good morning. Thanks very much, and good morning to other members of the study group and the department, the minister, the DG, and the rest. As usual, I would prefer listening to the comments the colleagues are making and your view, Chair, but I'll listen quite carefully to the conclusion that will be happening. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sibalkulu, we want your questions and comments on this 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter of the department and the commission on its work. You must engage with these documents and bring out all your robustness. It's what we are looking for as a committee. Thanks,
Chair.
Honorable Briet.
Morning, Chairperson.
How are you doing?
Just cold in this rainy Cape Town, but it's all good.
Unbearable, I tell you.
It is. And the Cape Townians have forgotten how to drive, so it's horrific.
Yeah.
Chairperson, let me maybe get to it. Let me start with the commission. And then I just want to, my first question would be, or let me start by commending them for the work they have done in terms of finalizing finalizing land claims, but I see that there's, for some reason, there are certain provinces where the targets were not achieved. I think, if I remember correctly, it was Free State, if I'm correct, and I think Northwest achieved 100%. But what is the reason for not achieving these targets in these certain provinces? And what is the Commission going to do to ensure that these provinces do not fall behind? Then maybe just a comment to the Commission as well. I'm quite worried about the number of land claims that are delayed due to the OVG and valuations that are outstanding. And maybe I can do that and lead that into my questions for the department. In terms of the OVG and the delays, if I understand correctly, there was an SLA signed, a service level agreement with the Commission and the department and OVG to actually see to it and to assist in these valuations that need to be done. And I know that there was always a problem with the capacity at the OVG, but what is the department doing from its side as the steerers, I shall call that, to ensure that we are addressing these challenges and that we are not impacting the acquisition and the restitution and the land claims even further due to something as simple as capacity improvement in the OVG? Chairperson, then let me maybe go to the CPAs. As Honourable Matiase mentioned. I remember correctly, it was during last year that we had a session on the CPAs and the problems we are currently experiencing with the CPAs. Now, it is commendable that certain progress has been made, but we do still see that it is not putting out in terms of achievement. Would the department just like to update us on, they were going to have a whole rethink on the CPAs and how they're actually implemented within the department. Has that been done? Has it bear fruit? Are they actually seeing an improvement in the number of CPAs, in the management of the CPAs and the progress that is made? Then, Chairperson, I also had questions regarding payments of invoices and the filling of vacancies that my colleagues have mentioned, and also the FMD facility and our continuing battle with FMD. If I can go back to vacancies and more specifically extension officers. In one of those first slides, the presenter made mention that 742 contracts for extension officers were signed out of 2,500. And they later make a mention of 3,566 extension officers that were appointed. If we can maybe just get clarity on that, do those 3,566 extension officers, have they all signed contracts? Do the 958 people that have not signed contracts, are they included in those 3,566? And what is the department going to do to ensure that we employ these extension officers, that they have the necessary paperwork and that they can get to work? Then, Chairperson, my second last question. I see in terms of NARISEC, there is a overachieving in terms of the target of students trained. I would like to find out, we continually see that students are trained, but that there is no link up towards the market. And I would like to find out, these students, 1,000 and something students that were actually trained, how have they been linked to market access or to jobs? Has that been done? How many of them have been employed? And then, Chairperson, lastly, in terms of the underspending on a few of the programs, does underspending, because my understanding of underspending is that you underspend, which means you didn't use money, which means projects weren't completed, projects weren't done. What is the reason for this chronic underspending? Is it just due to, for example, vacancies that are there, or is it due to the fact that we have not physically done projects to actually have spent that money on? because my fear is, Chairperson, that we might come during the end of the financial year again, and then we would have to, funds would not be rolled over, but would be directed back to Treasury if they are not spent. Chairperson.
Thank you, Akbare Breed, the Honorable Mamun Babama.
She's not in the meeting, Chair.
And because Khadi, the Honorable Baukapa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and the deputies and the entire department and entities. And good morning to all my colleagues. Just briefly, Chair, on the very, very first presentation and the very, very last page and paragraph, the DG talks of continuous engagement. That term, to me, sounds too polite, too friendly, and too euphemistic. You see, when you use euphemism, as cruel as it is, you refer it as something as it is not. Someone, we say, someone has passed on, but yet remains cruel. In this case, Chair, I would have preferred a way of not just continuous engagement, to an extent that maybe there's some indication that so-and-so will be engaged to change this, and to a great extent also have some time frames on this thing. Because if it's just continuous engagement, it can take many years, and the performance will be continuous engagement in this case. And on expenditure by the department, on that slide 2, where there's quite a number of reasons for underspending, and I haven't found something specific to address them. I would need something that can assist us there to see that ABCD will be done to overcome this, so that also if there are things that needs to be done by us as a committee, we should identify that, how they are going to be overcome. And the last one, Chair, the payment, the non-payment of NARISEC. Honorable Chair has said a lot on this, but still I would like to put my emphasis, because my worry is this program, I've seen it in past reports, just being the major report in the part of rural development. And also I was believing that it fighting two of the 3 evils, poverty and unemployment. And therefore, so that being the reason why many young people would prefer to be engaged in this program. But now, when it stops paying the stipend, it gives a negative to the candidates. And you might not find the people who need it to be participating. And therefore, it will end up not achieving its objective as it was. Now, my question is, whose policy is this? What's the origin of this policy? Is it a policy that we have to put up with forever? Or is it something that can be changed? I need some clarity there, because if it's like that, it's going to continue making a negative impact on the performance of the department and the credibility, because these young people have started to have hope and trust in the department because of this program. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, all members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the department. Chairperson, mine is with regards to the intervention, if one may be sort of clarified on. I think a month ago, we heard reports in the media about the effect of the avian flu in some farms in certain provinces, and that would have affected the production of meat as well as eggs. What is the department's intervention on those? Can they maybe clarify whether they did intervene, more especially on the new and upcoming poultry farmers in those areas, if there are any? The second one, Chairperson, members have touched on, more especially the issue of the CPAs and the trust. My concern, Chairperson, more especially around the trust, the beneficiaries of the trust have been left in the cold soon after the election of those trust committees. People that were elected, in some cases or in some instances, are not people staying within the communities. As a result, they do not come back to the communities to hold meetings, to address the issue of disbursement of the funds to the beneficiaries. And the beneficiaries are crying hugely about the way these trustees are treating the beneficiaries. If one may be assisted, who actually can assist those beneficiaries to attend to their cries? Because people still seem to be left in the cold as far as addressing the issue of the trust. It does happen as well in some CPAs that there are people who just simply don't give a damn, if I may call it, Chairperson. Sorry for the language term. To hold meetings, beneficiary meetings on public and representative of the families. Thirdly, Chairperson, on the issue of the land claims, if one may be assisted in clarifying this position. Chair, if I may make an example, the commission buys a farm X for communities, and when that farm gets restored, then the officials subdivide the farm. What is the procedure in dealing with the land restored to beneficiaries, where then officials come and then subdivide the farms and give a certain portion to the claimants and leave the rest without giving any explanation on why this happens? Can maybe one be assisted in getting clarity on those, Chairperson? I thank you.
Indaba ezitha, inkosi enkulu, sibamba ngazo zibini. The Honorable Memahlo.
Honorable Chair.
Tobe.
Honorable, good morning, Papa. Though I'm about to vote in, but I have few things that I wanted to raise, which is part of the concerns that I have. Chair, let me greet you and greet the minister and all the members of the officials of the department, including members of parliament in this one. I will start with the issue of I'll start to reflect on issues of the commission, which I think while we appreciate that the targets of the numbers of claims settled in the financial and finalized was exceeded by the end of 2022-2023 financial year, it shows a commitment by the commission to settle and finalize outstanding claims. It is of a concern to us, or to me, that the targets were not achieved in some provinces. Maybe the department should then provide an explanation why the targets were not achieved in those provinces. On slide 4 and 5, it indicate measures that will be taken or has been taken to fast track the processes of settling and finalizing land claim of those provinces. And it is also an issue of concern, despite that intervention taken in previous provincial years to address those issues of delays in finalizing valuation for the Office of the Valuer General, OVG. It is still a challenge resulting in those commission not meeting those targets. Maybe the department can also help us to understand how do they assist the commission to get it, to finalize some of those land claims that are not done in the province. The challenge of untraceable claimants, but has been recurring in the commission. I just wanted to get the interventions. I didn't get it clearly when it was presented. Maybe they can also advise us or give us the strategy that they're using to trace those claims. Lastly, Chair, on the commission, one will then ask the question, why is the settlement of outstanding claims on the commission adopted on comprehensive backlog reduced strategy that that was presented by the commission, though in our APP targets of the commission that speaks to the project, it makes a sense that the commission reports quarterly on the progress made towards the achieving objective of Kuyasa. They are linked to the achievement of the two targets. Now, the concern that I have, which it needs an understanding, which the commission can also help me to understand, is that underspend the budget of the household, which is a critical budget, as it speaks directly to the mandate of the commission of settling and finalizing land claims. Chair, on the land claims, that those are some of the issues that one would like to really get clarity on. Chair, lastly, let me touch on the some few points for the departments. When they answer questions, then they will be able to help me to understand, even if though I may not hear them, but my colleague will hear them, and then they will be able to see what is happening. Chair, I have an issue on the, just a minute, because I'm searching, and there is a section. Yes, there is a section that provides detailed information disregarded by programs for both programs, program 3 and program 4 quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year. In program 1, Honorable Chair, 1 and 4, what I've realized, it gives me the consistent incurrence of the FMD outbreaks in the country, and the distorting economic consequences thereof. It is important for the department to give us the proactive or evaluate the efficiency of its civilians and control measures, which I think the department must also check on that. My observation on the report in the oversight trip undertaken to Mpumalanga by my honorable members of the PC shows me that the issue of high vacancies raised, it negatively impacts the broad implementation of the veterinary strategy, which need to be addressed on small scale farmers who are confined within the demarcated FMD protection zones, express the economic hardships that they encounter as a result of the restrictions on movement and sale of cloven-hoof livestock. Chairperson, my opinion is that the department should give us a full account on reasons why small-scale farmers was livestock was most probably called as part of the control measures were not duly compensated by the state. Chair, those are my questions that I need assistance on, and I'm sorry that I'm boarding in, but if there is any other thing, Chairperson, you will help me with the due respect, and other members will also assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Memasho. Honorable Kruger. Honorable Kruger Memasho, please mute your microphone. Memasho, mute your microphone. Honorable Kruger.
Chair.
Yes, Dr. Masipa.
Honorable Kruger and Honorable Mbabama, they did made an apology for today. They are not on the platform. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Masipa. Honorable members, is there any Honorable Muntwedi? Dumela.
Modula Stilo Madume, wena le batsenela kopanong botlhe. Chair, my interest is on the land and development support that is implemented by the department. And one should give credit where it's due. We need to appreciate that the department has achieved the target. Even though it may have been very low targets, but nevertheless, they've reached their target in terms of farms supported through land development support, which I'm saying this, Chair, because the department failed to reach this target in the previous financial year. Now, Chair, what I want to check is that can the department maybe share with the portfolio committee a list of farms that they have supported through this program, indicating the areas where they are located, the kind of support provided, and the current status of those farms, maybe, Chair, in the past 3 financial years, so that as we do our own oversight as committee members, we're able to see if there has been any impact through the implementation of these programs by the department, Chair. The other one, Chair, that I want to take to the department is that my homeboy there, whilst making the presentation, mentioned that there was a delay from SEDA in terms of getting business plan, where it impacted on department not being able to spend some of the money due to the delays. I want to check that this thing of business, we all know, Chair, that SEDA is very slow with regard to preparing of business plan. Even clients that directly go to SEDA, they complain with the number of timelines. Now I want to know the reliance on SEDA of the department. Don't you think that it is going to be up for failure? And also maybe to check to say, are you then giving farmers options, those that are able to assist in doing their own business plans for consideration by your department? Are you actually giving them that option to say you can prepare your own business plan, unlike having to wait for SEDA? That never comes to the party, Chair. And now, the last one on the department, Chair, is a program that was announced in 2014. DG hope you are listening. Yeah, you should be listening. The revitalization of the Falhats irrigation scheme. When the minister went there to check the scheme in Taung 2 years ago, Chair, and there was a number of commitments that the minister has made. Maybe if the DG not responding here, but if in writing, we can get an update in terms of the progress with regards to the commitments that were made by the minister, especially around the revitalization of the Falhats irrigation scheme. Because you are a department, mostly people that are in the department, our Black people being in the department. The irrigation scheme only services white farmers. It's a concern for Black farmers who find themselves not farming because the irrigation scheme, the Falhats irrigation scheme, is not revitalized as you have promised. You are sitting there, you are failing your own Black farmers who are unable to work the land because of that program. So maybe DG, we need just a response in the writing, Chair, if you could allow to the portfolio committee around the issue of the revitalization of the irrigation scheme, of the Falhats irrigation scheme, Chair. On the commission, Chair, on the commission, one, also let's appreciate that the number of CPA supported to be compliant legislation they've exceeded. But Chair, I want to ask this question to the commission. With the many challenges that you are confronted with CPAs, do you still think that CPAs are the best vehicle for communal land ownership, Chair? That is just the question that I want to pose to the commission, Chair. And then the last thing on my side, Chair, is on the issue of the farm dwellers. Well, it's worth noting the improvement in Q4 in terms of the number of hectares acquired for the farm dwellers. But it's a concern, Chair, that for both Q3 and Q4, the target was not achieved. And it was also not achieved in the 2021-2022 financial year. Does this indicate lack of commitment from the department to improve the security of tenure for people living in farms, Chair? And last, what is it that the department is going to do differently to ensure that performance in this target is achieved for the 2023-2024 financial year?
Thank you, the Honorable Ntate Montwedi. Honorable members, is there any other member that I've not recognized who may wish to pose a question? If not, we'll proceed, honorable members. Allow me to also welcome the presentation as put before the committee by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as the presentation from the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights on the third and fourth quarter reports. On my side, honorable members, I would like to really engage with the second presentation by the Commission in regards to the acceleration of settlements as well as finalization of old order land claims. We note, honorable members, and appreciate the meeting of targets in the settlement and finalization of land claims. However, honorable members, the challenge of the backlog of the old order claims, as well as a large number of 2014 land claims remain. I think one of the things that we should focus on is oversight on the backlog reduction strategy and establishment of an autonomous commission on restitution of land rights. The key issue for me, honorable members, is the question of allocation of budget and the adequate capacity to spend the budget effectively and efficiently. in addressing the issue of budget, there are things that this committee can do and will reflect on our own as a committee. What I want the Director General and the Chief Land Claims Commissioner to address in this meeting, honorable members, is the following. What are they doing, or rather what will they do to ensure that National Treasury understands the need and increase the allocation for restitution to finalize all the old or land claims? I say this because I have heard on numerous occasions the Chief Land Claims Commissioner decrying lack of funds. So how will they be able to convince the Treasury and be able to mobilize for more funding in order of settling all these remaining claims? Honorable members, whilst there is overall achievement of target in finalization of land claims, it is of great concern that 5 of the 9 provinces did not meet their targets for finalization of the land claims. Can the Commissioner explain the reasons why finalization of claims has been difficult in those 5 provinces in particular? I would also like to ask the Chief Land Claims Commissioner to briefly provide an update to the court judgment in relation to the Ramorula community. It is my understanding, honorable members, that the court rejected this claim on the basis that their claim their claims where a community was frivolous, as they were not a community as defined in the Restitution of Land Rights Act. What worries me more is that the court imposed a punitive cost against the commissioner and the minister. Although I'm not privy to the details of the case, this points to challenges with the research capacity in the commission. Honorable members, I'm also concerned that the delay in settlements of land claims makes communities vulnerable to fraudsters. I have seen a statement on the website of the department titled Fraudulent Activities Targeted at Land Claimants. In that statement, it appears that the Commission is aware of communities that are subjected to these scams by people who claim they can fast-track settlements of the claims. This trend must be nipped in the bud. What is the Commission, honorable members, doing about this? And what is the extent of such challenges? That would be all on my side, honorable members. Allow me to therefore invite the department, as led by the DG Dade Ramasodi and the officials, to respond to the questions, which will be immediately followed by the commission. Thank you. DG, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me also appreciate the very incisive and also insightful comments that were made by the honorable members on the issues as presented by the department. I think what is also important in terms of that was the guidance that was given. We will not respond to the guidance, but say for each and every guidance that was given, and the department will be implementing and taking that into consideration. There were, according to my analysis, Chair, there is 6 areas that we needed to respond to in terms of summary. And I would request the Chair to allow me to call upon the colleagues to just run through the responses, which we will also follow up in writing in terms of the department. But I would like Mr. Choche, with your permission, to be the first one to respond to the issues relating to the payments within 30 days. with specific reference to how does the department address that non-compliance, and also address the issue around procurement delays right through the value chain, as the supply chain value chain. The second respondent from the department would be Mekho Motsokgang, referring to the issues of the vacancies and also issues relating to ICT matters. We would like to focus on SETA in this case, and also to a greater extent, based on the questions on organizational performance and measures that are being put up to ensure that our performance improves as a department. I will then request the third speaker, Mr. Dipepenene Nserage, to speak on issues around biosecurity, including FMD, avian influenza, and also trade-related biosecurity issues, as highlighted. AGOA, the engagements with the EU would be very important in terms of his response. There would be a response, the fourth response from Mr. Nasele Mehlomakulu on the issues relating to extension officers and to the LDS program, just that focus. And I'll request, Chair, that the fifth speaker be Mr. Zulu to speak on the issues around CPAs, the issues around trusts, and also on labor tenants and farm dwellers as a specific focus area. And then lastly, we will call upon Mayor Nomthandazo Moyo to talk to issues around rural development with specific reference to rural infrastructure development and also the NARISEC issues. Any issue that might not be responded to, Chair, I will respond to once the commission has responded, because there's an issue that the Chair had already requested that between the commissioner and myself, we have got to respond to regarding our request to National Treasury on land restitution matters. Thank you very much, Chair, in that order that I've requested to the colleagues.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity, DG. Good morning to the Minister as well, and apologies for the connectivity challenges that I experienced earlier today. My name is Ore Okami Choche, standing in for the CFO. With regards to ICT procurement, yes, indeed, Chair, we had challenges with the turnaround times. Because in terms of the SETA Act and regulations, there are certain mandated goods services that has to be procured through SETA, but we have had some intervention meetings between the OCIO from the department plus the SETA key accounts manager. So far, between February and March, at least 3 contracts were awarded through the process of procurement that was run by SETA. So towards the end of the financial year, we have seen some movement, but however, such services will likely be paid only during the financial year 2023-2024. And then with regards to invoice payments, we are making every effort possible to ensure the achievement of the 100% payment within 30 days. We still have, for the financial year, we achieved just below 100%. And what is it that we intend to do to improve on the invoice payment turnaround time? We have been on a campaign of awareness, sending out pop-up messages on the internal communication system of the department, hope to bring awareness to colleagues with regards to their role in terms of assisting finance to pay invoices within 30 days. In some instances, we had payment delayed because, like for example, property rate payments where now the property management directorate first has to verify the properties before they can sign off on the invoice for finance to pay. So we have engaged also with these directorates at province level as well, to work out a solution to process the verifications of properties quicker, so to enable the payment to be fast-tracked. We have also, in our action plan, re-emphasized the importance of having one central receipt point for all invoices received at national office, one entry point, at province level, one entry point, because one of the challenges that caused delay is where an invoice was perhaps not emailed but hand delivered directly to the end user, and then finance wouldn't be aware that the invoice has already entered the department. And at the time when it reaches finance, it is a few days older within the department. Hence, we have emphasized in our action plan central receipt points that must be communicated to suppliers to say invoices must only enter through that one single point. We, in an attempt to improve on our performance in this regard, we have further benchmarked with the Department of Public Works Chair to test their system. They are Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They have a system that seems to be working very well. They call it Ria Patala. We attended a demonstration earlier in Q4 at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure together with our information technology colleagues from the OCIO office. The demonstration did go well. Now we anticipate to test the system before the end of June, so that if the test goes well and the stakeholders in the department are happy with the system, it will be cost effective just to then take over that system for public works, because it will not be at no cost to the department. So that system, it is an automated invoice movement system. So from the time the invoice reaches the department, it will move on an automated system, and it will enable line function end users to be able to even certify the invoice from the office, or even from outside the office, reaching them through the email, and they can reply on email and then enable finance to process the payment if the end user is in agreement that the service has indeed been rendered satisfactorily. So that is what we are doing, and we are hoping that with these interventions from the second quarter onwards, if we implement these measures, the department will be able to achieve 100% as expected. That is it from the finance branch, Chair. Thank you, and thank you, DG.
Tate Masipa and Tate Baumakenga, please mute your microphones. Honorable Masipa and Baumakenga, please mute your microphones. We may proceed, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Oh, I've muted myself. My apology, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, good morning. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, fellow colleagues. And thank you, DG, for the opportunity. I'll start first with the state of the capacity of the department. We have a post-establishment of 7,585 that is approved. Of this, 5,667 is filled. Now, with respect to the capacity on the SMS members, we have a post-establishment of approved post of 471 approved posts for SMS members. Filled are 380. 471 is approved post-establishment for SMS. Filled is 380 on the departmental side. On the deeds side, we have a post-establishment of approved 1,611, filled 1,076,
vacant 262, and a vacancy rate on the deed side is at 19.52. But on the vacant post on the departmental side, we have a vacant post. We have 809 vacant positions currently, with a vacancy rate of 12.4. We acknowledge that there has been some delays in the filling of positions, but because of some challenges, mainly in the challenges that we have and which we are attending to, and we've got interventions that we have planned for this. Let me be the first one to say the DG has given us an instruction to say we should run to have a recruitment strategy that is revised, because currently we've got the recruitment policy, we've got the recruitment plan, we've got, then DG said he wants to have a recruitment strategy presented to the department to address all these challenges that we have with respect to the filling of vacancies. What key among our challenges is the personal suitability checks, because we have interviewed and we have 93 positions that are stuck at personal suitability checks level. That is the only stage that is depriving the department of the 93 employees that would have come on board had it not been for the personal suitability checks. We have a service provider that is assisting us in this regard, because we cannot appoint any employee without the personal suitability checks. We have a service provider that is assisting us in this regard. We also have, from time to time, are getting assistance from the other departments to fast track, especially when to fast track PSCs, especially when it comes to the executive positions, because we really need to fast track the executive positions, the filling of those positions. Therefore, we use other mechanisms to get the PSCs finalized. We also have got a challenge of, at times, the unavailability of selection. At times, the unavailability of selection committee members impact on our ability to fast track the filling of the positions. But we have since established service level agreements to assist us to ensure that once a post is advertised, then we can run, and we have contracted with the relevant line manager to say on these dates we will run and finish the filling of the positions. We are of the view that with the recruitment strategy that the DG has impressed upon us, we will be able to fast track the filling of positions, although now we've got the challenge of the COE. We coming to the challenge that the Honorable Committee identified on the issue of the state vets. We have 7 vacant state vets. These 7, we have advertised them. We have shortlisted for 3, but we could not find any suitable candidates for 2. So we're going to be headhunting for 2. So we're going to be headhunting for 2 of the state vets. So 1, we're going to be interviewing in June. 1 of the 3 that we have shortlisted, we are going to interview for the 1 in June, but the 2 we are headhunting. For the other 4, we have 3 that have been shortlisted, and then we are also going to be short, and then the other one of the 4 is the advert is currently running. So of the 7 that are there, one can say that we are in progress in the progress of filling of the 7 state vets that are there in the department. Now coming to the ICT challenges, we have established a partnership with CETA, whereby we meet monthly to address our issues. A lot of procurement challenges that we have with CETA are in progress, and there has been some winnings if I may say, there has been some progress, a good progress. And then in terms of saying the checkpoints, appliances, the Wi-Fi equipment, the switches that we have ordered with SITA, these we have achieved them. In progress, we have the software, some softwares, the data processes, protectors, they are also provided and we have achieved them. In the router systems, they are in progress, good progress in this, indeed. The software for Cybex, these have been provided through our engagement with this committee with SITA, and we have there has been notable progress in that regard. We have also secured switches that are critical to modernize our systems and upgrade our systems, and we have with the committee, with the partnership that we have with SITA, there has been some notable progress in that regard. There has been biometric solutions that have been provided as well, and through the committee establishment, through the partnership that we have established, we have also made some progress, notable progress in that regard with regard to the ICT. I must say that although we have made all these progresses and then some of the purchases are in progress, the frequent meetings that we are having with them are assisting us to achieve progress in terms of securing the equipment that we have ordered through SITA. It is important that we know that we cannot go anywhere else to procure. We need to procure through SITA. So the delays that come up through the ICT challenges is because we are locked in a contract that we can only procure through SITA. But we must say that we are making some notable progress here and on a number of areas. So we are looking at ensuring that there will be some progress that will be registered on all other outstanding matters that we have. I want to call on that the doctor to assist with regard to the answers to the interventions on performance of the organization. Mara, we need to also know that the committee, if we can also know that we are impressing upon the organization to ensure that there is alignment of individual and organizational performance. There is a committee that is going to be sitting to ensure that the performance agreement that have been recently signed off by the employees, particularly the SMS members, these are aligned to the APP, so the department and the annual operational plans, to ensure that at least we push organizational performance the bar higher. The achievements obtained now can only be secured and maintained if individual employee performance is continuing to be aligned to the organizational performance plans. So I would call upon the doctor to answer on the specifics regarding the land bank and the issues that the honorable committee had raised. The doctor, you can come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DDG. Let me first start with the question that was asked by Honorable Klape of what we mean by land administration declining. We are referring strictly in terms of performance. The number of targets which land administration achieved in Q4 were less by 2 compared to what they achieved in Q3. So the rate of achievement went down in Q4 as compared to Q3. That's what we meant. There was also another question on rural development. I'm sure the DDG will also talk a bit to it, but the issue of whether are we not setting the bar too low. I need to say there are a number of factors which are being considered when we set the targets. So we try, we might not be getting it right all the time, but it's never a thumb-sucking exercise. We look at the trend of performance, we look at the capacity that is there, the resources that is available, the needs in terms of that intervention, and important is state of readiness of, are we ready to be able to do it at what quantity? So those are all different aspects that are being considered before setting the target. There's also been a question that was asked by Honorable Brad on the issue of extension of what does it mean? Those 3,566, are they all have signed contract? I can confirm that yes, all of them. Those that we've reported in the annual report, they've all signed contract. The 742 was only a reference to indicate state of progress as it was during Q3. There have been questioned by Patebon 20, the LDS farm supported for the past 3 years. Indeed, that information can be availed. We do have that information, the supporting documentation. There's also a question around the issue of CEDA. I must add that the branch EDTM has actually identified this issue of business planning as one area that needs to be strengthened in the department. So without necessarily answering to whether farmers, are they allowed other option or what, which is an operational issue the branch might respond to. But for me, I just want to say that the EDTM have noted this as one of the areas which we as a department may want to strengthen in coordinating the issue of business planning processes. The last issue will be the land tenure targets, because there was underachievement in Q3. Whether is there a negative attitude? Is there an appetite towards achieving this target? I think for me, I may just say that if you look at the rate in which the deviations has declined between Q3 and Q4, I mean, in Q3, we underachieved by close to 2,000 in Q3. But in Q4, we have underachieved by just about 400. So there was a very great movement into that. And one must also face the reality that in Q4, even the issue of compiling, the issue of sourcing all the documents, the information that is required, it's having a lot of challenges, because we are looking at closing the last quarter of the financial year while we are also running around collecting the same information for annual reporting. So most of the time, we find that the information that is available at the time of Q4 may not necessarily be fully validated at that particular time, and some of them can only get to be completed when we do annual reporting. Hence, the annual target of land tenure has been overachieved by 270, all in all. I think, yeah, those are the issues, thank you, DDG, that I needed to respond to. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you, the Deputy. We are done on the issue of the CSS questions, DG. Thank you.
Mr. Saraje. Let's go to Mr. Mesomakulu.
DG, thank you very much. On my end, I want to strongly believe that Dr. Puti took care of both of my questions. Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Mashomakulu. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to the Honorable Chair, the members, the Minister and colleagues. On my end, there were two questions. One was a request to make available the list of the land development support farms that we've supported. That request came both from Honorable Member Matthias and Honorable Member Montwenty, and Dr. DALRRD has confirm that we will definitely do that. And I know sometime, I think last month, if not mistaken, that request was made, and our portfolio on LDS since 2019 was submitted to the committee. But again, we will ensure that it is done again as requested. The next point was a request also to confirm the contracts on our AAPs from the Honorable Braid. And again, Doctor has confirmed that all those do have existing contracts. Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Mr. Wengenkosi Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to specifically deal with the CPAs. Maybe the honorable members will remember when we presented on the issues of CPAs, and again, that the more details on CPAs, just beyond what the honorable members have seen in the APP performance, will be contained in the CPA annual report, which will be tabled to this committee, to Parliament by September, October, which we are currently busy finalizing. I think more details around the issues and the challenges which are diverse around the CPAs, which we have acknowledged, because currently we have 1,770 CPAs registered, which we are managing across the country in all the provinces. Obviously, they do have their dynamics and their diverse challenges, which we have identified. That's the first part. Secondly, we are in the process in terms of addressing those challenges. As the honorable members will remember, the minister went on an oversight visit to provinces, meeting with these CPAs together with the deputy ministers, and we collected information around each province, and there are action plans developed per province on the issues that were raised during those oversight visits and engagements between our minister, deputy minister, and the CPAs in those sessions. So the provinces are working on those issues. And secondly, we are currently looking at those challenges that we identified during those oversight visits with the minister and the deputy minister and the others that we have identified during our engagements with the CPAs themselves, and the inquiries that come from CPAs. We are currently busy working on the review of the CPA policy to try and address those challenges. We have been to IMC on agriculture and land reform to present what we think are the issues and what we think are the areas which we need to strengthen, and which will form part of the review of the policy as we have embarked on that process now. That's the CPAs. On we have indeed, yes, overachieved the issue in terms of the APP targets. However, it doesn't resolve many challenges that the CPAs are facing, especially where there are commercial activities, there are problems. And also we have identified other challenges coming from families where there are CPAs, but it was a family claim. However, a CPA was established. We've identified those as one of the issues which we need to address. And also where there are disputes just among the members using family, between the traditional leadership together with CPAs where they exist within the jurisdiction of such traditional leaders. On the trust, the issue of the trust, which was raised by Honorable Member Nkosi Cebekulu, the trust are currently managed by the Office of the Master under Justice in terms of the Communal Property Trust Act. However, there are 1,477 land reform trusts that have been established across the country, holding land on behalf of the communities who have claimed that land. Some are redistribution, some are tenure. Currently, there is an engagement between ourselves and the Department of Justice they've written to the minister a letter. There is a bill that they are proposing, which they want all the land reform trust to be transferred to the department and converted into similar entities under the Communal Property Association Act. So we have given them our inputs, and the minister has responded to Department of Justice on the letter. And also we've responded with our inputs in terms of that proposed bill by Department of Justice. It is currently, they are currently looking at those. Obviously, that will have financial implications and capacity implications, because if you take the 1,770 CPAs registered already, and you also add the 1,477 trust, land reform trust, which will also be managed within the department. Those are the current challenges. However, we work with the Office of the Master together with Justice in trying to resolve some of the issues. Although we are sometimes get litigated by the trust when we intervene on the trust issues, because they don't want us to interfere in some instances. We end up being just the facilitators in terms of those disputes between the trust, the members, together with the Office of the Master. On the issue of land acquisition, the commitment, yes, our colleagues are correct. We, in terms of the fourth quarter and the annual performance, we indeed have overachieved on the target by 200 hectares on the land acquisition for farm dwellers. However, we still have those challenges that we've identified in terms of the processes, and also around the landowners. Some of them, they've just taken a position to just decline or reject the offers from the OVG, which has become our problem. The last financial year alone, we had 63 offers that were rejected, which we have engaged with the Office of the Valuer General, where they have tried to assist us. However, out of what we have submitted, fortunately, we have 47 offers that we are currently working on, which we are going to, as a commitment for this financial year, to achieve our target. With the 47, if everything goes well, those offers that have been accepted, obviously, they have been approved. So in terms of the commitment, the honorable member that was asking us about, that commitment is there. We are working on the 47 offers, which will obviously assist us to achieve the targets for this financial year, to provide the long-term security of tenure to these farm dwellers. Although we still have issues with the settlement of labor tenants, as we have presented to this honorable committee previously on the implementation of the labor tenants. We have over 9,000 that are still outstanding, which we need to settle. And obviously, we are working with this Office of the Special Master with the interventions to fast track. Although we have also have the problem with the landowners who are denying the status of these labor tenants. And obviously, the only solution we have is to refer all those matters to court, which we are currently doing as one of the strategies to fast track the settlement of the labor tenants. Maybe I think I must end there, Chair. Honorable Chair and the members, and thank you to the Minister and the DG.
And I'm Thandaza Moyo.
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to Chairperson and members. I'm going to speak on the issues relating to NARISEC, as well as the questions raised by members on rural development. With regard to NARISEC, on the policy, the NARISEC policy has always been there from, I think, the inception of the program in 2011. There was an amendment that was effected in March 2022, and that amendment related to adding a pillar into the implementation framework. So what was there prior was issues around recruitment and how recruitment is done, It then spoke about the skills development, which is the training that was done to the 17,000 young people since 2011. And it did not have any provision for linking the trained youth to jobs or either to opening their own enterprises. So the amended policy added that pillar that makes provision that when we train, we don't just train masses, but we ensure that we link them to jobs. So that pillar started its implementation in the 2022-23 financial year with the intake that started on the 18th of July, 2022, and had its pass out in 22nd of October at the SANDF. In 2022, it then went on to begin with the skills program in November, and they are continuing right now until the end of this financial year. We have records, chairperson and members, that all of them from the time of pass out received the stipend. We can make it available. I'm not sure the colleagues who prepared the presentation, we had not seen what was sent, and the statement indicated that the under expenditure was because of lack of payment. That is incorrect, and we do have records to show that in every month, the young people received two types of stipend. So the first that they receive monthly is the 1,320, which they all get immediately they come out of password. Once they start going to colleges and TVET, they all receive 2,180, which is their accommodation allowance. And we can share the record. So that statement that says the under expenditure was due to stipend is incorrect. There was a delay though in Q3 in payment of NARISEC as per the demand management plan. And the delay is attributed to, with the South African Army, we started in July and we could not receive monthly invoices. So July, August, September, October, November, December, January, we didn't get any invoice, and that's how they operate. They are not able to generate monthly. So we received the invoice in March, which was paid. We do have confirmation and records of that payment. What did not happen is the journaling from finance. It was not journaled in March and only journaled in April when they were consolidating the annual financial statement. So I thought, let me just give that whole background. The other issue that was amended on the policy was that the previous policy was saying only young people who have got grade 12 were eligible for NARISEC. We then considered that not had that opportunity to get to grade 12. We reduced it to grade 9. The other amendment was to include the upskilling, where young people had gone through training. They were not able to come back in a case where they wanted to strengthen their skills, or they were trained in an area that they thought they wanted to improve. We added that upskilling, and it's not only for improving, but there were young people trained in 2011, 2012, 2013, who are still unemployed, that we wanted to make provision that we would look at what are the opportunities in the sector now and retrain them in that. So those were the elements that were amended in an existing policy. We can make the policy available to members so that they're able to pick up those areas. The areas that delayed the invoice, I've spoken to it, is invoice from the Army and not the stipend. There was a question about linking to jobs that's raised by Honorable Tete as well as Honorable Breed. As indicated, the policy did not have this. So colleagues that were working on NARISEC did not look at this area. We have just started looking at it. As the portfolio committee had raised this challenge a number of times, what we did is we have reached out to all the NARISEC students that have been trained since 2011, asking them using the survey 123, which is where students can fill in from their phone where they are, what they are doing now, whether they are employed and where they are employed, whether they are running their businesses, so that those who are still unemployed, we can then bring them, upskill them, and feed them into linking to jobs. We have raised to members in the previous input that we are still struggling with getting all 100% linked to jobs, because it's a dependent indicator. We're depending on public sector and private sector coming on board. We have seen an improvement. We can share the current intake that started on the 8th of May, that is currently at the Danato Army Base. They are having their pass out on the 14th of July. Almost 98% of them have already been linked to jobs, even before they complete the SA Army. This is our second opportunity to implement the revised policy, and that the way they are going and what they are being trained to does align to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. There are some young people who still would want to do construction or would want to do another ICT. We have allowed them, but making sure that the majority of young people should be a direct or an indirect contribution to the agriculture and the agro-processing master plan. On the issues raised by Honorable Matthias on failing rural towns and villages, we agree with you, Honorable Member, that there are serious challenges. We have done our own assessment at national level, working with the PSSC. We have engaged a Department of COCTA. They have had a strategy on, they call it revitalizing towns and villages. We are partnering with them to develop a program of action. We've roped in DTIC in terms of their own economic development zones that they have. And the aim is to make sure that we come up with one plan that within the DDM model that can assist us to make sure that on the 44 districts and the rural areas in the 8 metros have got catalytic projects that are being addressed. I should say that in terms of what the department has also done, we have developed the integrated rural development strategy, which was signed by the minister in March, that basically gives a framework and directive to all the different provincial departments responsible for rural development of how we coordinate this function from national, province, and to municipalities, working with private sector. That strategy is available. We can certainly make it available to the members. Then maybe
can we conclude?
Thank you. Maybe thank you so much, Chair. I just to make sure that if members can take notes that we in terms of the number of youth we can reach and the targets is really guided by the budget. If you look at the budget that NARISEC had for 2021 was 220 million. It was reduced by 45% in the 22-23 and reduced further in the 23-24. So that does have an impact on how in the reach of the program. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
DG, can we conclude?
Thank you very much. Maybe even before we go to the commission, let me conclude the issues that are here. Chairperson, you had asked what are we doing to deal with the issue of funding, and to your question, the specific reference was on ensuring that we conclude the old order claims. I would like to indicate that you have got 3 variables that are at play here. The first one is the number of claims that is known. It is the time that is expected for us to conclude these claims and the resources, thirdly, that are there. I think the issue around resources is the one that would determine the time that would assist us to deal with this. And I think that Project Kuyasa has been presented to say what is the strategy to deal with the issues around the claims. What is left of us, and which is something that is now currently to be presented to National Treasury as part and parcel of our bid for 2025, is that we need to reflect the timelines in terms of just painting a picture of the resources that are needed over a 3-year period, 2-year period, 3-year period, 4-year period, in terms of those stages that would be required in order for us just to deal with the old order claims. Because it's quite clear from the engagements that over the last 2 years, the Commission has done quite well to ensure that all of this budget is spent and also settling a sizable number of claims that were there. So we are working with the Commission just to ensure that this year we submit that because it's very important for us to deal with these targets. We are doing this quite oblivious that there are quite a lot of competing demands on the budget at this moment. We are in a constrictory phase of our budget as a government, and therefore, but we will strive to have that money to assist us just to release in terms of the timelines, this long outstanding issue relating to the claims. Honorable Klape had also raised an issue around our financial planning and the impact of the vacancies, that it's a chicken and egg story. It's cut because of not spending, and alternatively, this is that. I think over the last 3 years, we were brought to realization that this year would not be such a good year in terms of that area of compensation of employees. And therefore, it has just come to realization. It's something that was highlighted in terms of the rolling MTF cycle. But what we are doing is to ensure that in the outer years where we have got a brighter outlook, we will deal with these issues decisively. On organizational performance, I think that what I needed to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee is an issue that was raised by Honorable Matias on having what he says. I would put it differently to say that we would need to have stretch targets around the organization, which we agreed to and will look at. However, it's also very important that as we look at stretch targets, we're also looking at the availability of our budget. He touches on a very good point, I think, around how do we then go to rural areas to deal with the issues. Minister, in her intervention during the budget vote in the portfolio committee, there was an indication that she gave around revitalization of rural areas. This was not just born out of engagements. It was as a result of a study done by the National Agricultural Marketing Council that says that your rural spaces, including reduced land and also redistributed land, inclusive of communal areas, can yield almost 159 billion gross value to the sector if an investment of 5 billion is done in this area. So that's a 10% kind of contribution that we need to make to these areas for us to have that. And this is part of those stretch targets that we are looking at. Now, there was a question that was asked about the DALRRD irrigation scheme. I would like to indicate to Honorable Montpedi, as he knows that irrigation schemes, part and parcel of that is done at the provincial level. We are quite willing as a department to also come in the progress that has been done to date. Where the issues come to head is his palpable frustration in terms of the issues that would be happening in the irrigation scheme. I would like to urge Honorable Montpedi to share this with me so that we can also ventilate those with the colleagues at the provincial level within the North. Lastly, I think there were issues around biosecurity, Honorable Chair, that needed a response, maybe at a very high level. To say biosecurity issues these days are actually the new currency of the world. Instead of many trading partners utilizing tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers are being used for market exclusion. And I don't think that South Africa is the only country that has got this. It's happening all over. The next level that we have is around the geopolitics that are currently happening, that they are also not assisting the process that we are having on negotiation. And I think that is a political issue that would need to be looked at. But relating to, firstly, the EU on false codling moth, engagements are continuing. As indicated at the last meeting that we had with the portfolio committee was that the government through the DTIC was just looking at setting up an expert working group that would be looking at this matter. for resolution through the WTO dispute resolution mechanism. Relating to FMD, I think scholars have been on record around the impact of FMD in our country. The economic and opportunity costs have been calculated, and it is very important for us then to recoup where we are. Next week, this week we are engaging with Saudi Arabia, who are here just to check our compliance with a view of exporting to them beef or red meat from that level. And we think that we'll be able to deal with those issues. We are also expecting a visit from China in July, similarly to deal with our red meat value chain and the resumption of the engagements around the export of beef to China. It is also important that we are also looking at how do we then codify the current work that we are doing on FMD. We have not had any new outbreaks, and we are working on a system that would ensure that we work on regaining some of the status based on what we are currently experiencing in our country. I wouldn't want to be too loud around it, because the work that needs to be done is still huge, and we still need to submit scientific papers. We still need to submit arguments in this case, and they still need to be done and finalized before we can approach the World Organization on Animal Health on those issues. I think the last element was around AGOA. And at this moment, I think the discussions that are there on popular media spaces is about the impact of AGOA on agriculture. Admittedly, from our side, we have got items that we are getting, or commodities that we are getting into the US market tariff free, like our citrus. But what we are currently doing is an engagement, and this engagement with the US happens at a technical level on areas that we think we can be expansive on. And the expansive nature would be on the products that the US would like to share with South Africa, and alternatively South Africa with the US. Be that as it may, it would not guarantee that we will be participating in AGOA, because that element would be taken at a political level. And for us, at technical level, is to ensure that the engagements are happening at our level. I think that for us, Chairperson, inclusive of the written responses that we'll have and give to the August Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, is the submission and response from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Mamukoboto. Commission on Restitution and Land Rights.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will stand in for the CLCC. I just also want to recognize the Executive Authority, the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Deputy Ministers. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, for the questions to the Commission, and thank you also for the support with regard to the core business of the Commission. We have also noted the concerns. There's 5 honorable members that have raised specific issues with regard to the report. I will deal with 2 of the matters, and with me is also 2 colleagues. We've got Mr. Sanjay Singh, who is the Chief Director, RMS, as well as the Regional Land Claims Commissioner, Mr. Maputa. Chairperson, 3 of the members raised very importantly the issue of the backlogs in certain provinces, especially the big provinces. Now, members will see from the statistics, in some of the big provinces, the targets were missed by 5 or 6 or 3. But once again, this is not acceptable, and I think we note the concerns of the members. I think the problem lies maybe with the process in Section 6 of the Act, where there's 11 steps that must be followed to conclude the claims. And I think from the Commission side, there's 4 issues that we will address in the coming months, noting the comments from the honourable members. Is a close management of the SOP's implementation, because the standing operating procedures have been improved and provinces must adhere to that. Then M&E, to ensure that those provinces are struggling in terms of the 11 steps are getting the necessary support. And then also the research of complex cases, especially in the rural areas where there's competing claims or there's also disputes, needs also a lot of energy and proactive management. So from head office, we will monitor that closely. And then, of course, the most important thing, Honourable Chairperson, is planning to ensure that per quarter, the necessary steps is done in terms of the 11 steps prescribed by the Act, and to ensure that there's all early warning systems in place with regard to giving the support. Then Honourable Chairperson also raised the matter of the Rumarula case. Now, this matter stems even from 2007. This case was enrolled in 2010 in the Land Claims Court, and the Chairperson is correct. It raises very important questions. From our perspective, it raises issues of research, legal advice, and the judgment was delivered on 31 May. Our legal counsel is currently studying the report, but we undertake to give a response on this judgment to the Honourable Committee members, and also then to deal with the issues that was raised in the judgment. Because if there is serious problems in process that happen in that matter, we must ensure that there is rectifying steps along the way. I will now allow Mr. Singh to deal with the other issues raised by the honourable members. Mr. Singh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, DLCC. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, okay, the Minister and DMs, the DG and DLCC. I just wanted to apologize for the Chief Land Claims Commissioner, who I believe is unwell. She had to go for an operation yesterday, and that's the reason she's not here today. The DLCC Chairperson have dealt with the with the provinces that were not performing in our intervention plan. Over and above, I think what DLCC has mentioned as well, there's also the issue of the way the commission is structured, and what we have done as a way to deal with the ones that are not performing right now is we've actually broken it up into the larger provinces versus the smaller provinces in terms of claims that are outstanding. So there's interventions that's going to be made into those various offices in terms of the steps that that the DLCC spoke about. There was one question that was asked regarding the subdivisions of farms after an award has been made. I think it came from Nkosi and Mabukulu. Normally, when an award is done, it's done, the subdivisions of the property is done prior to the settlement of the claim. So I was a little bit confused as to why subdivision is happening after that. And I think this is the matter that we can take out of the meeting in terms of the fundamentals of the case at stake here. There was another question that was asked regarding untraceable claimants and what's the strategy, now in terms of untraceable claimants. I think that's, we initially write letters, to these claimants. We do advertisements in the local newspaper. We've also gone ahead in terms of appointment of service providers in terms of tracking or trying to trace these untraceable claimants. If all that has failed, the last result is then actually to go and gazette those claims to indicate that these claims are now, within a period of 21 days, claimants need to come back to us. And if we still do not get a response after that, the matter is then referred to court to indicate that these claimants are untraceable and that they need to be taken off the list. And now that's the process in terms of the untraceable claimants. And currently, our legal is actually approaching the State Attorney's Office, in terms of the method to approach court. I think the issue on the funding, the DG has spoken about that very, very clearly. I think that will come through in terms of the new planning cycle. But how it relates to the backlog strategy, I think, Chairperson, this will be a double-edged sword, as the DG indicated, because if we need additional household funding in terms of settlement of claims, it needs to be coupled with the resources that's required. In other words, the warm bodies that is required. For it to run independently, just monies for the household expenditure is not going to work. So now that's a double-edged sword, and we'll see how we mitigate that with Treasury in terms of the new planning cycle that's coming up. Is the CPA the best vehicle for land ownership? I think Bonkosi Zulu responded to that one. I think there's a report that's going to come out and that will actually respond on that matter. I'm not going to indicate a position on that, okay, right now. The DLCC has dealt with the Ramarula judgment. In terms of fraudulent claimants, we've had fraudulent claimants at Chairperson. And what we've done is that we've referred them, okay, now to the law enforcement agencies, okay, now in terms of following up on them, in terms of our policy in place. I think I've dealt with all of them. If there's any, please, if the Chairperson or the DLCC can advise. Yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for the responses from the department and as well as the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights. Honorable members, will now invite the ARC as well as the ITB to present their third and fourth quarter. ARC.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, and the Deputy Ministers, as well as DG, and all the executives and colleagues present. I would like to just make, if I'm allowed, Chair, very short observations and then hand over to the CEO. Just 5 matters for the ARC is that we do recognize that stakeholder management and relations must continue and it needs to be strengthened, especially in terms of provincial departments as well as countries in the Southern African region. We need to, when on reporting and implementing projects, make sure we focus on youth and women and people with disability for implementation, but as well as reporting. I think what we've picked up is that the income from our current projects, especially research projects, remain under pressure. And this is linked to better stakeholder management, but also about the ARC's reputation. I believe that the FMD facility is concluded in terms of its design. We are looking at a mid-level production, but also ready to start in January of 2024, the construction. We have made progress on the audit recommendations of last year. And I think what is also important is that we have started an investment program into solar to support the fundamental work that the different campuses and institutes are doing to continue with research. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I now hand over to the CEO to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nkosi Zwelivelile, Honorable Minister, and the Deputy Ministers, DG and the senior leadership of the department, and the boards and executives of entities, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to share at a high level the ARC's performance over the last 2 quarters of the last financial year. just to keep it at that level, I may skip some of the slides where I believe members may be familiar with the context, and we can always come back if there is a need to provide any additional explanation. This presentation will combine highlights from Q3 and Q4, and we will also share a little bit regarding progress in terms of our audit improvement plan. And at the end, we will talk about what the chairperson has already touched on, how we are progressing in terms of the FMD vaccine production facility. If you can flip to the next slide, go to slide 5. Thank you very much. I pause here, Chairperson and members, just to reflect on the duality of the mandate of the ARC as an organization. While we're a science council, we also have an agricultural development mandate. From a science council perspective, we have an obligation to generate knowledge through research. We have to develop technologies. We have to have our work reviewed by our peers, other scientists here and abroad. We have to ensure that we have the properly recognized staff and scientists that are also subjected to ratings such as NRF ratings and others. And we also have to add to the availability of skills in the science space through training of doctors and MSc students. From an agricultural development perspective, we have a mandate to contribute to food security and the ending of hunger. We have to make sure that the technologies that are developed through our scientific work are disseminated and that they are applied in the field. We have to make sure that those new products such as vaccines and cultivars are accessed by our end users, which is the farmers. If you can flip to the next slide, please. The chairperson touched on this. Chairperson, we align ourselves with the priorities from the MTSF and we focus on cross-cutting areas and designated groups such as women, youth, and people with disabilities. And we have incorporated this in terms of our reporting, even internally to council. It is now a standard procedure for us to provide this, our information in a disaggregated manner. Next slide, please. These are the outcomes that the ARC focuses on as aligned to the MTSF priorities for the current period, Chairperson, and our reporting will touch on this when we get to the quarterly reporting. Will reflect on the achievements that are related to these different outcomes. Next slide, please. Next slide. As the country's premier agricultural science institution, we have a responsibility. No, the previous slide, sorry. I'm still on slide. Thank you very much. Chairperson, as the country's premier agricultural science institution, we have a responsibility to make sure that while we respond to the requirements of supporting agricultural development, responding to food security challenges and employment creation, we also structure our work to respond to some of the global challenges, such as climate change, the need for digitalization of the sector, One Health, circular economy, and others. And this is also how resources are increasingly being packaged at a global level. And therefore, as this institution, we also have to be able to respond to those emerging opportunities to play a more significant role, but also to be present in these kind of discussions to assist us to be able to provide support not only for the country contribute to the global challenges. So the ARC Intercampus Research Conference was a step towards integrating our work as an institution, which is also part of the recently concluded institutional review recommendations to look at integrating our work in order to respond to these global challenges and position ourselves to contribute to the topical issues as a science institution, rather than having our work to continue to be fragmented across different disciplines. So the focus, and this is what this work is supporting, is on supporting multidisciplinary approaches in the work that we do as an organization. Next slide, please. To support the high potential of the cannabis industry, Chair, the ARC has conducted a survey of viruses in cannabis to identify those viruses that are going to be necessary to develop control measures, and also towards making sure that we're in a position to advise farmers on appropriate virus management measures. And we have collected samples from various provinces, and this is the first report of the virus in cannabis in South Africa. Next slide, please. Briefly, Chairperson, we continue to develop a number of biological control measures for pest and disease control. And this is just another example that we have selected from the work that's been going on, just taking on progress from the last 2 quarters of the financial year. And it's about the invasive Mexican sunflower. And what has been done by the ARC here is to import a particular beetle called the defoliating tortoise beetle, which serves as a biological control agent against this invasive plant. Next slide, please. Chairperson, I'm sure we have shared as the ARC before about this project, and we are bringing it as part of the highlights because of some of the work that has been done in the last 2 quarters. This is a public-private partnership which has led to the development of drought-tolerant and insect-protected maize varieties to enhance food security in sub-Saharan Africa. And this work is done with a number of partners. And we think that commercialization of GM maize in Mozambique will open doors for South African maize exports. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello?
Ralph, can we have the presentation flighted? Oh, Ralph, can we have the presentation flighted?
Can you just make it bigger, please? Thank you very much. While that's happening, let me continue, Chairperson. I just wanted, I'm sharing just a couple of slides here just to demonstrate our strong focus on capacity development as part of our agricultural development imperative. We work with communities and provincial departments and other partners to support this endeavor. And this is an example of one of those initiatives within the Mpumalanga province, where we work on facilitating leadership and group dynamics for effective extension and advisory services program, which is aimed at equipping participants with tools to facilitate production and implementation of the extension intervention plan. The next slide is also just another example in a different province, again, where some work was done during the quarters that we are talking about today in the Northwest. If you can flip to the next slide, with the challenge of climate change, Chairperson, being a focus, particularly in our space of operation in agriculture. There is a number of initiatives around equipping producers and extension officers in terms of being able to adapt and mitigate on climate change, against climate change. And this specific example is about capacitating extension practitioners, and it includes a number of training areas from agrometeorological applications to climate smart agricultural production methods. Next slide, please. Our work, Chairperson, it doesn't end only in South Africa. While production areas can be marked by borders, important environmental issues such as climate change and for instance, the example that I talked about require collaborative work and sometimes across the borders. And this is one of the examples where we have launched a project called Think SADC, which is looking at agricultural management of natural resources via climate smart agricultural technologies in the context of climate change, which we call Team 3C for short, and again includes a number or involves a number of partners as we have listed on the slide. If you flip to the next slide, you will see that here we are sharing another example of work that we have done or we are still in the middle of with the support of DERCO and DALRRD, where we are providing support to internally displaced persons in Cabo Delgado province in Mozambique, of course, following the strife experienced in that area. And the idea here is to assist to enhance food and nutrition security through utilization of new and improved technologies. And over the last few months, Chairperson, ARC colleagues have been on the ground implementing this project. Next slide, please. Another initiative which we have also done some work in over the last couple of quarters is part of our international initiatives, and I think the chair talked about the stakeholders, both locally and internationally. And this initiative includes more than 20 African partners and some European partners, and we were able to hold our first General Assembly in the sidelines of the World Science Forum at the end of the year, last year, which was hosted in Africa for the first time. Next slide, please. Chair, opportunities for resourcing some of our research work come from these kind of initiatives and partnerships with others, as well as supporting our knowledge generation objective. And that's part of the reason that we find these initiatives extremely important to support our work, particularly because we have to make sure that we are also, as an organization, properly benchmarked and working closely with counterparts both locally and internationally.
5 minutes remaining, please conclude. 5 minutes remaining, please conclude.
Okay. In the next 2 slides, I won't spend a minute here. It's just to demonstrate, Chairperson, that our work is also supports industry initiatives, and we're just sharing some of the most recent ones. The National Beef Performance Awards, which also recognizes some of the work of KYD farmers. And in the next one, it's an initiative in the dairy space. If we then can flip straight to slide 25. Slide 25 contains summarized performance information. I'm coming to this slide because even though it's quarter 4, we can also see quarter 3 because all the quarters are included in this slide in the interest of time. The ARC, as it can be seen on this slide, that from quarter 3 to quarter 4, we improved on the number of and proportion of targets that have been met from 53 to 79%. And also this improvement also can be seen as an improvement also when we compare with the previous years in terms of where we were at the same time of the year for both quarter 3 and quarter 4, which is the end of the financial year. And as it can be seen in the last table at the bottom of this slide, we do have a handful of targets that would not have been met, and a number of reasons that we would like to share would include, for instance, things such as delays experienced in registration of cultivars for things like plant breeders' rights. And we've also noticed that because of the prevailing economic conditions, some of the services that farmers would ordinarily come to the ARC for, there is a slight decline, including some of the laboratory services, for instance, which we would have, set some targets against. And some of our international partners, when it comes to marketing of some of our technologies, for instance, may be headquartered in different jurisdictions, which requires consultations, outside of South Africa, and often, that causes some delays as well. If you flip to the next slide, here we're just providing, and it can be looked at a later stage, just some of the examples of locations of some of the work here. Chairperson, within the available time, I'm going to invite the CFO to quickly take the committee through a summary of the financials, and then I'll come in to just close off with the FMP. Thank you, Chair.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you,
CFO.
Chair. Thank you, CEO. So on this slide, we are just informing the committee that the ARC ended on the year with a 219 million surplus versus a budgeted surplus of 201 million. Although the council lagged behind on external income, this was offset partially by higher other income as a result of higher interest rates, and we kept a close lid on cost containment, so the operating costs were also down. On the next slide, we show a quarter-by-quarter performance, and members will see that during the fourth quarter, we did a lot of catch-up in that of the total 219 surplus, 122 million was realized in the last quarter. We can quickly just skip over the next 3 or 4 slides where we've just got graphs showing where the revenue comes from, what our major expensive items are on the next slide. You can skip this one. Here's our top 6 expenses. We can skip this one as well. This is showing committee members the breakup of expenses. We can go on to the next one. This just shows the income we've received in advance per campus. Also not nothing to talk about. I think what we just want to look at is the audit improvement plan. So we can skip the next one slide as well. And the one after this is the last slide on finance. Here we are just want the committee members to appreciate that we are working very hard to try and get a clean audit for 22-23. And the 3 big items that the AG flagged last year were the property, plant and equipment, the irregular expenditure and the contingent liabilities. And we are quite confident that we are prepared for the audit. We give the financial statements in on time, and we are following up closely with the AG through the performance of the audit. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to the CEO.
Thank you, CFO. The next couple of slides are just an update on the FMD vaccine production facility, but also the availability of vaccine, which the ARC has produced. We have formulated enough to produce 20,000 vaccines, which has been made available to the department, and we have enough antigen to produce another 20,000. But we are focused now through the latest investment with support from the department to increase this scale to be able to produce 200,000 doses per annum as from early next year, while we wait for the fully fledged factory, which is progressing also quite well, as the chairperson touched on it. I think the good thing is with the completion of the design phase of the initiative of the project now, we are beginning to be able to refine the numbers. As members would be aware, this is a project that started many years ago, and with the work that's been done now, the picture is becoming clearer, and it's becoming clearer even from a numbers perspective, because all those numbers were completely outdated. I'm going to pause here. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, members.
Thank you, honorable members. That's the presentation from the ARC. We will now take the presentation on Ngonyama Transport. ITB, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Ministers present, DG and colleagues. Chair, we have 3 board members in attendance, the Vice Chairperson, Advocate Zama, Dr. Dlamini, and Mr. Matamela, who are present. The chairperson of the board had an engagement that would take him out of this meeting. So I'll therefore, Chair, would like to convey an apology for him. Then Oh God. Chair, am I still audible?
You're audible. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the presentation, Chair, the way that Ingonyama Trust operates, Chair, in terms of what its key areas of performance, it's through board meetings, it's through board decisions. So therefore, what will then happen is that if there is any kind of issue in terms of the operation of the board, that will then impact on performance. In terms of our APP, Chair, we've got only 8 indicators, 4 being for Program 1 administration, the other 4 being for land tenure management. With respect to Program 1 in the third quarter, we only achieved one indicator. We did not achieve the other one, and 2 of them were not applicable in that quarter. With respect to Program 2, we achieved 1 indicator and we did not achieve 3. And then with respect to the fourth quarter, with Program 1, there was no achievement of the indicators. And Program 2, there was only 50% in that, only 2 were achieved and 2 were not achieved. That's performance, Chair, that's reflective of a troubled organization, which is what really we were, particularly in the last financial year up to the first quarter of this current financial year. With respect to the specific indicators, the CFO, Mr. Villagas, is going to take us through Program 1, then I'll come in Program 2.
Thank you, Theo. Greetings to you, Chair, and your committee, the Minister, Deputy Ministers, and the board and DG and colleagues. With regards to Program 1, Chair, for Quarter 3, I think in an effort to elevate certain pertinent governance issues that would have arose from certain various assurance providers, the entity then went and included as output indicators the resolving of findings that emanate from those assurance providers, such as the Auditor General, and findings raised by internal audits on the internal control environment. As CEO has already said, Chair, in Quarter 3, we did not manage to resolve any of the AGSA findings that would have been due in that quarter, the cause of which was overspending as a result of that misallocation of cost drivers that we keep on speaking about between the board's accounts and the trust's accounts. And that misallocation would have then resulted in the board's account being constantly overdrawn, rendering the grant insufficient. So to resolve these findings, Chair, then a thorough review of financial structure and the modeling of the entity is required to be done. The conversation of these reviews to fix these governance issues has already started with the new board. With regards to internal audit, Chair, no internal audit was in existence at the end of Quarter 3, as procurement for that service provider would have been underway. With regards to stakeholder engagements, the entity would have set out, Chair, to develop and approve a stakeholder engagement strategy, which would have been a tool that was going to kind of enable improvement of stakeholder relations in the ITV, and also to allow or have that strategy allow holistic and effective management of stakeholders. So in Quarter 3, a draft strategy was due and a draft strategy was produced, resulting then in the achievement of that indicator. I'm going to hand back to the CEO, Chair, for the remainder. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the last 4 indicators, the first one being the number of tenure rights approved by the board, we had only 1 meeting in that quarter, which was in October, where a number of applications were not approved and only 7 were approved, and as a consequence of which the performance shows as bad as it does. Then with respect to the number of TCs that were trained, We missed one because of a late cancellation, which effect on that. With respect to the number of human settlement plans, what occurred here is that there was a decision halfway through to review a business process, which then triggered the needs for consultation, which then resulted in existing plans not being presented to the board. The entire indicator was moved to the last quarter, and as you'll see when we get to that point, there was then no board in the last quarter, so therefore nothing was achieved. Thank you, Chair.
Through Chair, I think Roth, thank you. The next slide. Thanks again, Roth. Thank you, Chair. With regards to the financial performance for Q3 for the board, 4 million to start with, Chair, had to supplement the board's operation, which resulted in that board income being higher than what had been budgeted for by that extra 4 million. The total expenses were also almost 2 million less than what we'd budgeted for due to various reasons. Reason number one being there were less board fees, as the board term would have ended towards the end of the third quarter. The second one being less salaries and wages due to a Q2 decision by the board to downsize and terminate some contract employees. The unbudgeted income to supplement the board then, Chair, and the reduction of those expenses resulted in the 2.5 million surplus at the end of Q3. Next slide, please, Rolf. With regards to Ngonyama Trust, Chair, the trust made a surplus of 131,000 compared to what was budgeted at 9 million. And the main cause of this, Chair, is one, the less than anticipated collection of revenue, which is less by 2.7 million. The second one being that transfer that we just spoke about above in the board's accounts of about 4 million. And the third one being disbursements to traditional authorities of about 7.8 million that are unbudgeted for. Next slide, please, Ralph. Next slide again, please. Thank you. With regards to this is now Q4, Chair, Program 1 performance. With regards to this quarter, Chair, we managed to address about 42% of the audit findings that were due from the Auditor General. The unresolved ones are as a result, or at that time then would have been as a result of the ongoing discussions of structuring of the organization and just the mere creation of a relationship between its mandate, its structure, and its resourcing. Unfortunately, the board's term did end while those conversations were underway in Q3. With regards to internal audit, Chair, while we're finalizing the evaluation of the tender for internal audit, and we did finalize in Q4, then there would have been no board to approve the appointment of that internal audit service provider. Well, we've restarted this process and we're hoping that the new board can then approve in Q2. With regards to the stakeholder engagement strategy that we had spoken about, Chair, that was drafted in Q3, which would have then been due for approval in Q4, but because there was no board to approve, then this target was not achieved. I'm going to go back to the CEO, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated earlier, all those indicators that depended on board sittings were not achieved, which was both the tenure rights that had to be approved, human settlement plans that had to be approved. So both of them were not achieved as a consequence of the absence of a board. I think, Chair, what basically happened is that term of office of the board came to an end at the end of November. Some board members were appointed, not a complete number because of certain consultations that were still outstanding, and those consultations took quite a longer period than what was anticipated, as a consequence of which there was then no board from that period up to May this year when the full board was appointed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rolf. The next presentation, and this will be the last two slides, Chair, which is Q4's financial performance. And similarly to the previous quarter, the trust because of those misallocations, Chair continues to supplement the board with income. And in this particular quarter, that supplement would have come to 2 million. In terms of the expenses of the board, there was about a 90% savings on board members' fees, Chair, due to the same reason that would have CEO just spoke about, resulted in the non-achievement of most targets in this quarter, and the reduction again of salaries and wages due to the same reason that we gave in the previous quarter. This then ultimately resulted in a surplus of 845,000 compared to an anticipated deficit of 3.3 million. Next slide, please, Ralph. This is the last slide, Chair. The trust made 9.6 million, which is also predominantly due to the same reasons that we have reflected in the previous quarter. But maybe a notable difference is these disbursements, and the reason behind why these disbursements continually reflect as what causes the big difference between what's anticipated as a surplus and not is the previous board never really accepted that 75% of its income in accordance with the disbursement policy, or at least that what is called income is actually due to beneficiaries through certain beneficiary structures. Therefore, budgeting for these disbursements would have been a direct claim that the trust is liable to beneficiaries for these disbursements. So they never made their way into budgeted figures. Another contribution to that surplus then being lower and being 9.6 compared to a budget of 19 million would then be the additional assistance of that 2 million that the trust continues to fund the board with. Next slide, please, Ralph. That reflects the end of our presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. As a presentation from the CEO, Ubawo Umgwengwe, and the CFO, Ubawo Vilagazi of the Ngonyama Trust Board. We also received a presentation from Mamu Isaac, as well, chairperson of ARC, and the CEO, Bauma Ginga. We'll now open the session for questions of clarity or comments. Honorable Klape.
Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Klape, proceed.
Yes, Chair. Let me welcome presentations both from ARC and ITB. There are beautiful pictures and progress and participation, involvement from the ARC that we appreciate. I follow them, on their Twitter, and I think they are able to reach out on that. But let's come to the gist of why we're here. I will focus on the performance information slide table, that despite all these beautiful things and progress that you're doing, NISAC's indicated the 79% improvement. And I'm looking now on the table beneath those ones of targets not met. Starting on those 3 blocks, targets not met, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. If I would take quarter 3, 47%, 21%, the next one is 49, the 35, 50%, 42. It's a huge difference, Chair. And I think considering where this entity is coming from, even if they are trying their best, it's not enough. They can still do more, so that despite the numerous and beautiful progress they are doing, stakeholder involvement, participation in international platforms and arena, and all those private-public partnerships, this is what we will hold them accountable on, the targets that they have set for themselves. We appreciate that even financially, they are indicating satisfaction in terms of liquidity. And I was thinking how worried we were when we started about this entity is something that we could appreciate. I just want to understand on the financials, but when they say there's over expenditure of 2% on personal costs, what was the cost, the reasons for that, and delayed spending on operating costs? Why did they delay to spend that when you look at that 27%? What are the reasons also on external income? That was 34% below. That will be for the ARC. Coming to ITB chair, Advocate Ngwengwe has indicated for the picture, it's of a entity that is in trouble, that is in distress, a troubled organization, if I'm taking from what he is saying. But Chair, I want to do a submission that we should, as this committee, focus on the mitigation plans that they are presented to us. I'm saying this, Chair, because most of the reasons or the overarching reason for non-achievement of some key targets that they've indicated, it's the board issue that was not convening between those periods and May this year. Just want to find out, because the Vice Chair is here, is the board, has it started to convene? Is it sitting, so that we understand where we are, and as and when we make follow-up in the coming quarters, we should be able to focus on those mitigating plans, like I say. I think that will be very helpful. Key to me on this is the issue of internal audit. Your plan indicated that internal audit services were to be procured in the first quarter. They are not saying even at the end of the first quarter, they say in the fourth quarter. What is the progress? Because this is very key, despite all this that are awaiting the board to convene. That will be far from me, Chair, saying because of this new board that is in place, give them benefit of the doubt. But I want to understand if they are starting to convene, we will hold them accountable to the mitigation plans that they have put before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kape. The Honorable
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the ARC and ITB for their presentation. Chair, my question is one on ARC. They spoke about the One Health concept. As you would all be aware, Chair, members, that we had outbreak of cholera, which is a communicable disease. And obviously, the One Health really focuses to make sure that, there's interaction between animal health and human health and the environment. So the question that I have for me to the ARC is really to ask, what is their really input in this, One Health, and have they participated in the forums, and what are the forums, what are the platforms in terms of really engaging on zoonotic diseases, and also their role that they play around, ensuring that they make the research and the work, available to. Yes. Can you hear me?
Dr. Masipa is still with us? Yeah, go ahead.
Can't you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Chair, is there, which part did you lose me?
We lost you 30 seconds ago. You may proceed.
Okay, I don't know at what point I was, but let me just come back again. Chair, what I was saying is that how is the ARC engaging on One Health, call it concept or program, in terms of really making their input and their research work around the zoonotic diseases? Because, I mean, that is a problem that we are aware that it's not really being communicated, and many people don't know about it, and rural people are not aware of it. I would really like to know if they really participate, and what is the platform that really the department or ARC is really taking a part, and who is really taking the lead in terms of really communicating all these zoonotic diseases to make our farmers in rural areas especially to be aware of and to know and to be protected against them. And on really the ITB, I really have got no question. I really thanks the new board for the work that they are doing. I like the spirit that, there seems to be really a very good spirit of wanting to work with the committee and so forth. So I look forward really to working with this new board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ntate Masipa. The Honorable Mamuchwete.
My first question goes to ARC on the issue of audit improvement plan. Just one issue there, Chair. On e-property, plant and equipment. The last we had ARC, we were informed that they are still trying to locate. I'm not sure if I will be using the correct word when I say locate, or rather verify their asset between ARC and Public Works, Department of Public Works. Can we get an update, Chair, as to how far is that progress? The second issue, Chair, on Ingonyama Trust Board. I would like to concur with Honorable Mtlape that we need to focus on mitigation plans. I see most of the areas of the presentation says there was no board, the board did not sit, and can we get, Chair, if we agree that we will focus on the mitigation plans, can we get a time frame that from now, end of September, the board must come, sometime end of September, the board must come and present to us this mitigation plan, and hopefully we'll get some improvement there. That's all I want to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Trotter. The Honorable Ntate Matiasa. Ntate Matiasa. The Honorable Baudlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. My comment also would only be around the presentation on the Ingonyama Trust. Just to mention that I listened quite carefully as the presentation was done both by the CEO and the CFO. And I would want to encourage the work they are doing, because it is very critical that the Ingonyama Trust, as it comes to issues of governance, that work should be strengthened more, and the issue around land must also be treated quite carefully, as it is important that the Ingonyama Trust is seen for the people. If its work has to be respected by the people, its own governance issues that I would recommend that the work is done even more. I would only end the chairperson. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Ndaba ezitha, Nkosi enkulu. Honorable Cebekulu.
Thanks, Chairperson. I don't have a question or comment from the presentation, both presentations that were presented to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ndaba ezitha. The Honorable Bauchapa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentations. I only have one clarity for AIC on they were talking about the viruses on cannabis, and I just want to get clarity whether those viruses would also affect the indigenous cultivars or the cultivars that has been there for years in our society. I thank you, Chair.
Bauchapa is still there?
But you didn't be the Chair. But did you get my question on the
last part? Can you repeat the last part?
It was only one, because I was saying I wanted the clarity on the viruses that they talked about in ARC, whether those viruses would also affect the cultivars of our cannabis that have been always there for centuries. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. Any other honorable member on the platform? Honorable Tate Muntwedi. Muntwedi. Any other honorable member on the platform who may wish to pose a question? Thank you, honorable members. If that is all on your side, I also don't have much questions on the two presentations from the ARC and the Ngonyama Transport. But allow me to ascertain from the Ngonyama Transport, as we are still awaiting for the board to have its first meeting, so that we are able to engage on a full thorough engagement with the ITB. So I would like to ascertain if they've been able to have that meeting as a board, and if not, when is it envisioned to take place? Because the committee cannot wait indefinitely in order to engage with the Ngonyama Trust upon its having its meeting, as we would like to gain a thorough understanding on the challenges and that the ITB has had and what their plans going forward will be. If I can get feedback on that. Let us, honorable members, hand back to the ARC for responses and then to the ITB. Mamo Isaacs and Bauma Kinga.
Chairperson, the CEO will respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Gos Mandela, and members. I have a couple of my colleagues who are going to come in on some of the points to assist us to address the issues raised by the committee. Honorable Tape the comment on performance not being enough. We have noted that that we're being implored to improve on performance. Some of the challenges which I touched on usually for us are issues related to third parties where it's targets that can only be achieved through third-party interactions. But I'm going to request my colleagues to quickly just come in to talk about that. Dr. Mtiti and Dr. Magadlela, the colleagues, particularly in the research space. And then Dr. Magadlela, if you can also touch on the One Health issues. And Dr. Mtiti, related to that, you will also talk about some of the work which we shared with this committee previously regarding the work that we do from a water quality perspective in response to the question that was asked by Honorable Masipa in terms of our work regarding or linked to the One Health concept, which recognizes the interactions between these three components: animals, plants, and the environment and human beings. So maybe let me invite you colleagues to come, and then I'll come at the end, Chairperson. Let's start with you colleagues, Dr. Mtiti and Dr. Magadlela, and then we will come to the CFO.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So on the issue of performance information, CEO, we do acknowledge the reasons for variance that you have already provided, but I think what we have undertaken as management is we have committed specific corrective measures to address the shortcomings in performance. And the areas where we have outstanding cultivars that still must be registered, it relates to the hemp cultivars that we developed as the ARC. We will work with the regulator. We know that at this stage, the process awaits for the plant development unit to do certain analysis. And the time that it was taking was longer, and the end of the year arrived before we could get the results. So we believe that in this current financial year, we will be able to report on progress, which will be positive. We have had some underperformance in areas of technical reports. Obviously, this is where we project services to be rendered to the sector. And at times, those projections do not match based on the demand for those specific services. And also the areas, in certain areas, the number of field days. And these, and then some field trials that we had undertaken to do. So we have committed to very specific corrective measures, which I think we can share for monitoring purposes with the portfolio committee in writing, and also the department is monitoring us on these issues. On the point of the alfalfa mosaic virus on cannabis, we would like to say this is generally called a Lucerne mosaic virus as well, or potato calico virus. So it does affect already other commercial crops. For work on indigenous crops, we would also be monitoring, as we are regularly working on African leafy vegetables. We haven't picked up anything, so at this stage we do not know. But if we pick up anything, we will alert the regulator, and also it will be reported accordingly. So we can say, yes, the virus is there on certain commercial crops, and there are protocols on how to treat it. But this was a survey just to ensure that we support this, emerging sector that is very promising of cannabis, with all the necessary technical support that the ARC can offer to the sector. So we are being proactive, and we will also not detect a virus and not find a solution for the sector. So we're making undertakings there. With regards to the point that the CEO has raised about water quality, we have before indicated that the mandate on water quality is actually the mandate of Department of Water and Sanitation, but being a science council that has a research mandate on soil, water, and climate as the natural resource base in the country, we do have laboratories that are accredited for water quality analysis, and we undertake a lot of work to support the Department of Water and Sanitation to ensure that there are solutions to water pollution, but mostly as it relates to agriculture, the agriculture sector. And in the other areas, we wouldn't naturally just go there to assist. We would negotiate certain arrangement for utilization of the resources that we have. So it is work in progress in terms of how we can try and negotiate to provide them with support, but I think they would have to find a way of how we compensate ARC for some of this work. But we're concerned also as citizens, we will try and ensure that we make a contribution to some of the solutions that can be found. So for now, this is what I can say, CEO. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Dr. Mtiti. Dr. Magadlela.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, the DG, our CEO, other CEOs who are here, colleagues, good afternoon. Let me deal with our the areas where we have not really delivered what we had promised. The main one for us is the livestock improvement schemes. The farmers out there are struggling to provide the money that is needed for them to participate in the schemes. When they are struggling to make ends meet, often they reduce the amount of services that they pay for, that they seek from organizations like the ARC. Then when the services are not coming in as expected, it affects the number of technical reports that we produce, because the technical reports are the ones that are produced for the farmers, and mostly the farmers that participate in the livestock improvement schemes. I must admit, it is a difficult time for us in this area. It is a difficult time for the farmers to buy the services that are associated with the schemes, although we are very sure that there is a very good return on whatever investment that they make in when they participate in the schemes, but it's not always easy to convince them. But we are pulling all the stops now to make sure that we increase the numbers. And then if the numbers increase, we will have a concomitant increase in the number of technical reports. And then we had also promised to conduct a vaccine trial. We are going to conduct the vaccine trial. We are at the last stages of getting the necessary or the requisite permit that we need. We are going to do that. It is a promise that we are making. Coming on now to the question that was asked by Honorable Matipa about the One Health concept. Dr. Masipa, this is a fairly new concept, but it is beginning to gain a bit of traction right now, and the ARC is driving it largely. And the convener, the chairperson of the effort, is our Dr. Mulumba at on the support. And then we are preaching the gospel not only in this country, but we've taken it to other countries as well. But again, you are working across discipline here. The uptake is a little slower than we would like it to be. But the concept of working out of silos, the concept of not working in silos, is very well developed in the organization. You will recall that when we had the COVID-19 problem in the country, the ARC was part and parcel of all the efforts to do the testing. We have been involved with other efforts as well. You will recall that when we had an outbreak of listeria, or listeriosis, this is the DG's favorite. We were part and parcel of that effort. So we are fully convinced of the effort, and we are driving it as hard as we can. But like every effort that takes people from and resources from across disciplines, it becomes a little difficult to gain the traction that you would like to gain in a short period of time. But certainly, from where we sit, we are picking up a lot of traction. And now another bit that confuses now, when we start talking about the environment, it's not only the environment, it's talking about other issues that have got to do with the transportation of things, with that have got to do with health. Then now you have I don't want to call them mandates, but efforts that don't necessarily get funding because someone says, no, it should be funded by this department, it should be funded by that department, until such time that everybody is bought and sold of the idea. I think we will be getting all the money and the resources that we need to drive it. But from where we sit, we are driving it very, very hard. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Magadlela. CFO, if you can please come in on the finance issues.
Thank you, thank you, CEO. So on the variances, the questions were raised around variances on income and expenditure around external income, operating expenditure, and overspend on personnel cost line. The external expenditure relies largely to an extent on when milestones will be reached when certain research is done. And for the 2022-23 year end, there was a delay. Although there was a big uptick in quarter four, we didn't realize all the revenue that we were hoping to achieve, and hence fell short. And although we've got a lot of money in the bank sitting as income received in advance, that was not converted into revenue. And in some research programs, we can only invoice once a milestone is reached or an experiment is concluded. And the delay sometimes as a result of just research taking longer than anticipated, or in other cases where certain research materials could not be procured in time. So there were a combination of issues which resulted in a delay in the external income, which was down 34%. And with that delay, then obviously we don't spend as well because we don't procure items. If there is a delay and if the research moves to the right, then obviously the expenditure also will be delayed. So those two lines normally move in tandem, your external income and your operating expenditure. There were certain operating expenditure lines which were delayed, also as a result in some cases of procurement issues, because tenders were issued and they couldn't be awarded because of a specification issue or non-responsive or tenders from suppliers. These were around issues of maintenance of infrastructure and security and the like. So those were the reasons primarily behind the external income and the operating expenditure. With regard to the personnel costs, prior to me joining the ARC, there was a few line items under personnel costs which were not budgeted for under personnel because they were part of the turnaround plan and strategic initiatives. So they were things like competency assessments, variable pay, organizational design review, and a host of them. There were 5 or 6 line items. But when the expenditure realized, then they obviously go through on the expenditure line as personnel income, and it was the payment of variable pay that resulted in the ARC exceeding the personnel cost line for 22-23. For 23-24, the year we're in right now, we have budgeted for plus minus 71 vacancies, primarily in the core business areas. There was then a question around the audit improvement plan and the issue of the property portfolio and issues raised by the AG with regards to ownership of land. So there were 10 land parcels that the ARC has been using and has full control over from the inception of the ARC. When the ARC Act was created, these properties were transferred to the ARC. The title deeds have been endorsed by the Department of Public Works. The issue that the AG raised was that the full transfer had not taken place. We have engaged with the Department of Public Works. We've had a response from the directorate involved in that. We are awaiting from a formal response from the DG's Office of Public Works. We communicate to them on almost a weekly basis. There's also a bit of a delay at the deeds office. So the transfer hadn't taken place yet by the end of March 2023. But we have been assured that before the audit concludes, we will get a letter confirming that DPWI is in the process of transferring these properties into the name of the ARC. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, CFO. Chairperson, I think we have covered all the questions that were posed to the ARC. Maybe we can pause here and hand back to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Bauma Kinga and officials of the ARC for your responses. Honorable members, allow me to invite ITB for their responses.
Chair, the Vice Chairperson of the board is going to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Ministers, and all the honorable members of this Oversight Committee. First of all, let us thank you for your indulgence and understanding, because indeed we are coming from a weak position. However, the good thing is that the reality of any organization, if it is in good hands, weaknesses can be turned into strength, actually. And that is why it's going to be very important for us to have a realistic mitigation strategy. And we've already started doing that. And for the comfort and for the benefit of this Oversight Committee, this board has already had 2 meetings And the good thing, this is very good news, is that we said under no circumstances are we going to delay the 3-day boss parade. It needs to take to happen in June. So 21st to the 23rd of June, we are going to be in some bush somewhere where nobody knows, because we are sinking our teeth in just working and turning everything inside out, cleaning, planning to clean what needs to be cleaned, etc. Briefly, for us, we are encouraged and we are grateful that we are privileged to actually serve. And it's true, it's an organization that has been sailing on very choppy waters. However, even if there are headwinds, we would like to give this committee the assurance that we are equal to the task. We are going to work very closely with our officials, particularly the CEO and the CFO. They have been pillars of strength under very difficult conditions. So, Honorable Chairperson, we thank you for the indulgence, and we invite you actually to be robust when you engage, because we do want to be one of the flagship entities in your portfolio. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I deal with the last question then?
Please go ahead, Bob Mkwengwe.
Thank you, Chair. The last question really related to the procurement of internal audit. Chair, we had gone through a process which had to culminate in a board decision because the appointment of service providers was done by the board, and which we were to present in December, and then suddenly there was no board. So that's where we were, Chair. But unfortunately, because of prescribed timelines, then that process has prescribed, so it needs to commence from scratch, which is what we're doing right now. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, honorable members. That is the responses from ARC and the Ngonyama Trust Board on their third and fourth quarter. We also take this opportunity to welcome and thank the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights for having come before the committee. Honorable members, the other entities will be invited in due course, perhaps when we come back from our constituency period. As you know, that from the 19th of June until the 3rd of September, we will be on a constituency period. We therefore hope that the other entities will be engaged and dispensed with when we return. Allow me to also make a few announcements in terms of our program. We have managed to get our oversight being approved for the public hearings, of which on the 30th of June up until the 16th of July. Take note, honorable members, that every weekend, being the 30th of June to the 2nd of July, we will be in Limpopo on our public hearings. The following weekend, the 7th and the 9th, we will be in Mpumalanga, followed by the Northwest Oversight in the 14th and the 16th. Also, do engage with Memaledu for all the logistical arrangements for the honorable members. Committee honorable members will be leaving on this weekend for Brazil, in the capital Brasilia, through Qatar Airways, and they'll be flying out of Johannesburg to Doha and Doha to Brasilia, where we will be on a study tour. And the following members that will be going on the study tour as led by the chairperson would be Honorable Kapa, the Honorable Trete, Honorable Masipa, and Honorable Matias. Please make sure, honorable members, that you print all your documents so that you have them upon immigration in OR Tambo, as well as in Doha and in Brasilia when we arrive. Particularly your vaccination and your yellow card will be required. So all your vaccinations that you've taken for COVID, please make sure you print them and you are able to have your ticket as well printed for proof of final destination. That will make our logistical traveling arrangements smooth and sound. I would also like to announce that from the Secretariat, Omanya Mza will be accompanying the honorable members on this study tour. That would be all on our side, honorable members. The other matters that we had being the minutes, we will defer to when we come back. But if you can just bear with me so that we can adopt the report, I mean the bill as it reads, the report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the Animal Protection Amendment Bill B1 2021. National Assembly propose Section 76, the date being the 6th of June 2023. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Portfolio Committee, having considered the Animal Protections Amendment Bill B1 2021, Private Members Bill as introduced in the National Assembly, proposed Section 76, the explanatory summary of the bill and prior notice of its introduction published in the Government Gazette number 43,702 of 11 September 2020 referred to it, reports on the bill as follows. The Animal Protections Amendment Bill B1 2021, the bill, was introduced in the National Assembly and referred to the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the 22nd January 2021. Objectives of the bill. The bill seeks to amend the Animal Protections Act 1962, Act number 71 of 1962, so as to insert a definition for cosmetic, provide for a new offense related to the testing of a cosmetic or part of or ingredient of a cosmetic on an animal and provide for matters connected therein. 2, consideration of the Animals Protections Amendment Bill B1 2021. In considering the amendment bill, the Portfolio Committee invited the member who introduced the bill for a briefing on 21st February 2023. This was followed by a briefing by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the Private Members Amendment Bill on the 24th of February 2023, and further input by the Department on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the 16th of May 2023. Following the input from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the 16th of May 2023, the committee resolved to further invite the Department of Health and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to make policy input on the bill. The latter two departments made presentations to the committee on the 6th of June 2023. Number 3, motion of desirability and committee decision. The Portfolio Committee, having invited the member who introduced the bill and following inputs made by the relevant departments whose legislation or policies may be impacted by the amendment bill once passed into law, deliberated on the content of the bill, and then voted on the motion of desirability of the bill. 3 members of the committee voted for desirability of the bill. 4 members of the committee found the bill undesirable, and members of the DA, Democratic Alliance, abstained from voting. The motion of desirability of the Animals Protections Amendment Bill, Bill B1 2021, was thus rejected through a majority vote. On rejecting the motion of desirability, it was highlighted that there is no need for the bill since the member who sponsored the bill, some of the submissions in support of the bill, and the departments that gave inputs highlighted that there is no testing of cosmetics on animals that is taking place in South Africa. The committee members were of the view that the bill narrowly focused on testing of cosmetics on animals within the borders of the Republic of South Africa, without taking into consideration the impact of the imported cosmetics of ingredients that are used in cosmetics, as it was reported that 90% of ingredients used in manufacturing of cosmetics in the country are imported. It was mentioned that in a resource-constrained country such as South Africa, the objects of the bill may not provide a significant benefit to the country, but a negative impact on the employment in the local cosmetic industry and its development, as well as on international trade. Further, in light of the numerous issues, including advances in animal welfare that have been highlighted through some of the submissions of the bill, the need for a holistic approach to animal welfare instead of piecemeal amendments to an outdated piece of legislation was emphasized, including the development of a comprehensive animal welfare bill that will address all aspects of animal welfare, while the minister can develop regulations under Section 10 of the Animals Protection Act, Act number 71 of 1962, to address the testing of cosmetic on animal while a comprehensive legislation is being developed. Honorable members, that be the report. I now put the report for consideration to the Portfolio Committee. Any movers for adoption? Honorable Klape.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that we adopt the report as you've just alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Klape moves for the adoption of the report. Any second, honorable members?
Shorter here, Chair. I second the move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Seconds the adoption of the report. on the Animal Productions Amendment Bill. Thank you, honorable members. That was all on our side. The minutes will be deferred to the next sitting of the Portfolio Committee, as we now need to all rush to the house, those that are in Cape Town, in this wet and cold weather in Cape Town. So please be safe and ensure that you make it on time in the house. Those that are linking up on the hybrid, please do so on time so that we may have quorum to proceed with today's proceedings in plenary. Honorable members, allow me to thank you all for your participation and for your always robust engagements. I want to wish you a great week ahead. Do ensure that you are dressed warm in this cold winter weather that we are experiencing. Stay well, and the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you, honorable members.